Ta-da! We're now game developers. Surprise! Alright, so last week, well, I guess I normally do some sort of intro because this is when I start the stream. But if y'all are new here, my name is Andrew. I'm one of two Andrews working on this game, Elixir Emporium. Patrick is an MVP, cool guy, also a cool streamer. Let me shout him out. He also is a game developer. He's working in Unreal. I forget actually the details of your game, but if you want to share them in chat, feel free to do so. We got a little Discord community of game devs. We've got some gamers hanging out too. We're making a fun game that is a crafting RPG where you can basically craft anything you want. We've got a bunch of really cool systems in the game for basically combining items that don't have recipes. You generate new items, you generate recipes in the game. Those stick around, so the next time you combine those items, you always get the same thing. Lots and lots of cool stuff. We've got NPCs that you can talk to. That sounds so boring, but you can say anything you want to them. We've got a bunch of cool quest generation that's based on like their personalities and their memories and stuff. We're working on a new version of all of them that gives them individual brains where they'll have their own like memories and opinions and preferences and stuff, and you can convince them to do things because we're gonna right now, I mean, they obviously just stand still, they're not doing anything, but part of that AI brain is putting them on an internal loop of like, here is the game state, here are my thoughts and ideals, what should I be doing right now? So since the player can manipulate those thoughts and ideals, you could, for example, convince this guy that maybe he wants to go fishing. So instead of just standing around, we give the NPCs the tools to say like, all right, navigate out to the lake, interact with the lake, do fish stuff. It adds items to his inventory, etc., etc. We have a lot of other cool systems where, for example, you can use any item in the game that you've crafted on any object in the game. That's very relevant to what we're working on this week. And I will show all this off real fast, but you'll just have to ignore this tooltip here. I mocked up what we would be building this week, so I wouldn't be stuck in UI jail again. Let me hide that real fast. Wherever it is. I forgot where we put it. Select a tool name. Where did I put this temporary UI? There we go. Alrighty, so in this game you have items. We are working on a lot of them, so we've got a bunch of test items here. But if you, for example, have an axe and some ash, there's no crafting recipe in the game for what happens when you combine an axe with some ash, but you can combine them anyway, and we're generating that crafting recipe, we're generating the new item, we're generating stats on that item, a description, a name, an image, all that stuff. It's now proper game data, so if you take it and craft it again, you get the same thing. Welcome on in, everybody. Hey, Tej. Good to see you. Patrick is an MVP, Tej is a GOAT. And, you know, you can craft these new items. You can even say, our Ashen Battle Axe isn't ashy enough, so we're going to combine it with ash again. You can build your own sort of like, not quite production chains because there's no automation yet. But you can combine anything you want to craft whatever you want, and that is most relevant when you're talking to an NPC who, for example, maybe this guy, I'm wondering if we might have hit an error somewhere. We did indeed. I'll take a look at that later. But you can now ignore the crafting. You saw it. But all the NPCs... Oh, you know what? I switched our... the models that we're using for each of these beforehand, and I haven't tested them yet, so we might see some errors today. We'll work through it all. But basically, all the NPCs in the game are going to be generating their own quests as they go throughout their day, and they're going to make up problems So this guy, every time he hammers his iron, his hands disappear and the metal goes cold instantly. I don't know why, but you could talk to him. We got some canned responses. I'm also in the progress of redesigning this conversation window, so it'll be a little bit less of a wall of text. But you can go ahead and click on those canned responses. It's going to generate dialogue for you, but you could also type whatever you want. Say like, what do we got? Actually, this enchanted apple is just what you need. And he'll get a response, but let's see what happens when we give him an apple and break everything again. But turns out he did not believe us that this regular apple is enchanted and would solve his problem. But we gave it to him anyway. But you can go back. I mean, he still has that problem. We're still going to work on some NPC section in your notebook where all your notes are for like recipes and stuff. But if you go back to him, he knows that's still his problem. You didn't solve it. So he's going to say like, hey, do you actually have a real fix? You can come back and try again with a new item. The goal is you talk to all these NPCs, you learn their problems, and then you go out into the world and craft whatever items you think help all these people. And that's where our like infinite crafting system comes in. We also have like proper skilled crafting where you can, for example, craft items, tools, equipment, whatever out of materials that you find. So we'll see if this works. Doing a quick little run through to make sure things are mostly working. So we got some amber plate mail. That's interesting image, but it did craft. Doesn't have any stats on it, but maybe if we take this extra eyeball and make a helmet, maybe it'll have some stats on it. And we've got some basic like skill routes for leveling all this up and unlocking these recipes and stuff, but for now it's all just unlocked. But we got a helmet of the third eye, which gives us more peripheral vision, which is kind of cool. That item was generated with stats. We can go ahead and equip that. Gives us more peripheral vision. And so there's more stuff that we're gonna do. The other interesting thing is, for example, you can use any item on any object. We've got our shade tree here. If you don't have an item equipped, you're just going to use your bare hands. So we're probably going to get like shade tree bark or maybe like branches, shade leaf, I guess. But if you were to take maybe your ashen battle axe and use that on the shade tree, once again, we are generating, what do you get when you use an ashen battle axe on a shade tree? We're generating the item that you'll be getting. You're getting, generating a recipe and stuff. So now you're getting cursed wood. And so now you have a source of cursed wood if you want to use that and craft it with, you know, something. What would be good? Maybe some bark. Who knows what you get with that. But, you know, lots of different ways to craft. You could craft out a tool here, then use that tool and use that on the shade tree for even more stuff. It's really up to you how you want to do things. And lots of other stuff to happen. But all that's to say is this world looks pretty plain and boring, right? And that is because of that promise of being able to use any object on any, or any tool on any object. That includes like the ground, and it would include like grass, tall grass, flowers, etc. It doesn't include all that right now because we don't want you to just be randomly harvesting like on the ground as you're running around. We want you to be able to move around and be able to click on objects that you want to interact with, like focal objects, but we don't want you to be constantly like accidentally interacting with the ground every time you move somewhere. So we're going to work on the solution to that today. and that is our new right-click context menu. So I've got some objects set up here where we have one. This is a regular interactable object, which shows the interaction tooltip when you hover over it. If you left-click on it, you'll start interacting with it. We'll see what we get when we use an Ashen Battle Axe on a regular interactable entity A. It's kind of cool that you can just do anything you want, really. Singed Branch is an interesting output, but I guess it works. But we also have here two other objects which are in the world but aren't, they don't have the tooltip when you left click on them, and hovering over them doesn't do anything. You can run through them. However, what we're going to do is, right now we have a right click menu where basically when you right click on an object, it shows all of your tools on your tool belt plus your hands and what you would get if you use this tool on this. So if we add a couple more things to our tool belt and we right click on this, it's going to show like all these tools that we have. If you use that tool on this object, you can get this, 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 or you don't know yet. We're going to replace that, and instead of being a mapping of all of your tools on an object, what we're going to do is a mapping of whatever tool you have equipped on all objects that you're right clicking on. So that is what I've kind of mocked up here. So we can skip the UI jail, but basically when you, let's position a little bit. So if I were to right click on this guy here and we got a couple things in the path of the raycast that we're firing to our cursor, blah, blah, blah. Everything under our cursor is going to become an option of, do you want to use your Ashen Battle Axe on this object, this object, this object, the ground, maybe flowers, maybe grass. So that is going to let us like add foliage, add grass, add flowers, add decor everywhere. It's also going to enable some things later, like when you get some seeds or something, you could just use your seeds on the ground here and it'll plant a little plant that is its own entity and grows, and you can harvest it later. There's a lot of other like stuff, like all these kind of decor looking buildings in town. I guess you could use objects on if you want, but mainly we're looking to get this working for like just decorating the world a little bit more and opening up those features later where you might want to use an object on the ground, but you don't want to be harvesting from the ground when you're just clicking around. That's my spiel. That's what we're going to work on this week. Not just plain and boring, it's full of adventure. It is full of adventure, and I'm very proud of this map. I really need to take off that FOV helmet, though. But it could always be better, right? You know what? We'll put on some giant ring. Get real big. So that's what we're going to work on this week. We are just going to rig up this. I assume it'll be pretty quick, hopefully. And there's some other stuff we can work on. Obviously, there were some bugs. We just released new models on our API for anybody who wants to use those. They are GPT-4o and GPT-4o Mini. So the Mini is super, super cheap. 4o's allegedly pretty good. We'll see. We'll see if it works today. But I did do a bunch of testing on like GPT-4 Turbo, and that's what we were using. So I just want to make sure everything is up to par as we are improving things. But I'll take a little breather after rambling on for a minute. And let's get into some code. And we're going to have to do a little bit of like surgery on how the code is structured right now. Because right now, when you hover over an object, that object shows its own tooltip. So each interactable object has an interactable object script on it. And that script detects a right click on the object. It shows this when you right click on the actual tooltip, or I mean, actually, the object shows the tooltip, which enables the tooltip. The tooltip itself is what looks for a right click. So when this tooltip is enabled, if you right click at all, it'll show this expanded thing. However, with these new objects, there is no tooltip on the left click. So the object text under my camera. Oh yeah, let me remove that real fast. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I'm in the wrong scene entirely. Would you look at that? Now we're back to magic. Thanks for pointing that out. But yes, if you hover over this object, obviously it has the tooltip, which has the logic for handling right clicks, but we're not showing this tooltip for these things. So we need to move that logic to a script that's always on and always listening for right clicks. So we're going to move that to our player controller. And then if you right click at all, what it's going to do is fire a raycast from the camera to your cursor. So it'll get a intersection of all the objects that are under your cursor from the camera's point of view. So whatever the player's seeing. And then we'll build up this, show it at the cursor, but this will be populated with all the objects. So we're going to start with some little surgery moving that over, but let me pull up all the relevant code real fast. We've got our player controller, which is where we're going to move this to, and I've just mocked out where we'll handle it from. In our update, we just handle inspection input. That is just going to look for a right click. When it does, or when it finds a right click, we're just going to do everything that I just said. But where we have it already is in generic interactable world object, I believe, or maybe not. So this is what handles showing the tooltip, and I think it's the tooltip itself that's currently listening for that right click. So let's go to the tooltip, mouse info tooltip controller. Yeah, so when a tooltip is shown, what we're doing is listening for a right click and then toggling like the state of that tooltip. And then we're also undoing that when, say, your mouse leaves the tooltip. So to move to this new system, we can still have objects like our differentiator here is just a checkbox. Right click only interaction on objects. So these guys, I checked it so they no longer have the tooltip show when you left click, and they will show up in the right clicks. But what I think we'll do is no longer have this idea of the like expanded actions on tooltips. So let's get our tooltip not listening to right clicks, which is gonna let us delete a lot of this code later. But let's go ahead and try and make our list of objects. And I think, well, this might be it. I think this is actually how we want to do the raycast. So on the player controller, when we right click, we're going to fire a raycast from the main camera to our mouse position in screen point array. Returns array going from the camera through a screen point. That's exactly what we want. So now we're going to go through, and if it hits anything, we want loop over all objects hit. So we do the raycast. The output is in hit, which is a raycast hit with a array of colliders, I think. Oh. This isn't gonna work. Because what this is gonna do is get the first hit And then at that point, it's going to do a little overlap sphere at that point, and then it's going to get all the colliders at that sphere. But that doesn't work when, for example, you have your camera down low and you have an object that's far away but covered. So if we take this guy and move him up here, and our camera was like here, and we right clicked on this, it would hit this as the first raycast, do a little sphere collision here. It wouldn't get this, but we would want both, right? If you right click on this, would we want both? We probably would want both. But I mean, the extreme of that is like, if your camera's here-ish and you right click on this, do you want it to also include this tree in the distance? I mean, obviously we can set like a max length on the raycast or like the max radius on the sphere, but just from the player's point of view, maybe we do a sphere actually. So let's line this up, see how things are looking. So if we did something like this, and we just wanted to right click here to get all three of these objects, I feel like we probably want all of them. We don't want to do the sphere, because we can always like, we could do a little distance label on how far away each thing is. Because if you did end up right clicking here or something and getting the tree included as well, you could just see like, here's your object that's really, really close. Here's the tree, and give it a long distance. I mean, it doesn't really matter, really. We can swap out how we do this raycast either way. But maybe let's change this a little bit. I think what we can do is like, so max ray distance of something really long, and then raycast hits. We do raycast all, yeah. And then we loop over each of these hits. And I guess, yeah, we would only want to include objects that have our generic interactable entity parent class, because we're getting the display names off that. So we'll say like for each cool, what is this? Oh, that's what we just created. Cool, so that gives us a list of what we could interact with from this right click. I think what we should do is just output that real fast. So we'll say for each entity and interactable entities. Let's just output all those, make sure we get everything we're looking for before we move on. And looking at these two tooltips on screen, I played with the design of this for so long, trying to get it to look nice. It does not look nice. I love the look of this. I think it looks so cool. I think it still needs some tweaking, but I'm loving this like paper UI that we've been rolling with in a lot of the UI lately. Let's see if we can get these debug things working. Alright, so console, blah, blah, blah. Let's give a sec for all the NPCs to wake up and do all their brain stuff. But if we just right click on this guy, found an interactable entity of, that's the correct one. If we right click on this guy, okay, we get that guy, and of course we get that guy. So the real test is if we right click here, will we get just a ton? Or I mean, yeah, 3. I guess the fences and stuff don't have interactable flags on them. But all right, that is everything that we need, because all three of these are just what we're going to populate as rows in this tooltip, and then we'll show the tooltip. Oh, right, we don't have it. It's not a working tooltip yet. Lurking, since you're also working at the same time. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for being here. Nice to have you. We're going to get some stuff done. And actually, I think I'll throw in some Spotify in the background too. Get some good vibes going. See what we got. But we did get the correct output here, so we'll just rig that up in a second. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, Spotify needs a moment. I have to go reset it in OBS every time, or else it does not play through. All right, we are good to go. I was in somebody else's stream the other day, and they asked for our favorite song. Could not come up with a favorite song, but I told them this song, which is a jam, very main character energy, good vibes. I do dig it a lot. All right, let's do this. So we've got all of our entities. So what we need is a reference to this tooltip. Let's make sure it's all rigged up and good to go. Can we find this in hierarchy? Okay, so let's add a reference that to our UI references so we can access it from the player controller. Start a new section for tooltips maybe. And yeah, let's rename it at this point because this is a terrible name. We'll call it inspection tooltip. So here, all we're going to do is create one of those. UI references dot instance dot prefab inspection tooltip. We will parent that in probably whatever we were parenting our tooltip in before. That's just on top of everything else. So tooltip parent. And then we're going to need to add new rows for each interactable entity. I guess we only want to do this if there are any entities. If you right click like in the sky or something, probably we could show an empty tooltip or like a message saying there's no objects here or something. But I think we'll just not show a tooltip for now at least. So if interactable entities dot count is greater than 0. That's where we're going to do all this. And so the two things that we could do are we could store the row as a prefab as well. So these action rows. And we can build those and add them in from here, but I think it makes more sense to give this guy the logic. Give him the prefab of the row. Just say like add row or something. But let's go look at our inspection tooltip script, which really we're almost entirely rewriting. So I might... We could leave this mouse info tooltip controller and just write a new one. Is any of this logic gonna survive? I don't think so, actually. My cat's knocking over a giant stack of shoeboxes because she's trying to get into the closet. You can do it. If my webcam cord were just a little bit longer, I bet I could reach around the door and show, but alas, she'll have to be cute behind me some other time. All right. Yeah, I don't think any logic here is gonna survive because, well, probably just want to strip out a ton of it because what will survive is on objects where the menu is shown on left click. We're still going to show that, and we want the logic to hide it when your mouse leaves it. So I'm going to leave this mouse info tooltip controller, and we're going to create a new one for this inspection menu. Yeah. And we'll come back to clean up the mouse info tooltip controller later. And I hate my naming scheme here. I do try to add controller to things, but boy howdy, it feels so redundant when you have good like hierarchy of things going on. The word controller doesn't really add a lot of context, but I'll do it. Let's rename it this way so it hits our other references. Cool, cool, cool. So this is where we'll write our code, but for now, we can leave most of this and we'll just come back and clean it up, but it's not going to break anything. All right, so that means this guy no longer needs this script. He needs inspection tooltip, which hasn't built yet, I guess. Right. Love this song too. All right, inspection tooltip controller. Sure. Let's rename this inspection tooltip. Let's apply all our prefab changes. Let's go in here, start working on this. We're going to need a reference to the prefab for the row. So public, let's actually make our prefab. So we got an action row. Let's call it an inspection action row. Bring it in here. Might add a script to that later, or you know what, we should probably do it now. Inspection action row controller. I'm so bad at the Control S muscle memory. Anytime I type anything, autosave. Okay. So this needs to derive from mono behavior. Does it not already? Inspection tooltip. A lot of sus things going on here. Everything needs to chill. Alright, so this is not our row. We want inspection action row controller. Cool, that's the other thing we're gonna have. Let's put it down here. In our inspection tooltip controller, we will say public, game object, chill my guy. Prefab action row controller. We will set that in a second, but in that script is where we will add the logic for loading in the data for that row, and then in our tooltip we'll just call that a few times. So in here we can say public void add action row. Yep. And we will pass in a generic interaction. You know what? We'll do the base class. So in here we'll have public void load data for generic interactable entity. We're really just passing data around here. So load data. So now what we have is this tooltip controller has the ability to add rows to it for interacting with specific entities. The row controller will have a method for populating the name, the icon, the output, etc., etc. Probably are going to need to end up passing through the active tool, but I think we can pull that off the singleton for the player. So what we can do now is in our player controller, we can start adding those rows from here. So this is actually now an inspection tooltip controller. So this also needs to be inspection tooltip controller. Cool. And here we'll say inspection tooltip.add action row for this entity. But I guess we probably also want clear all action rows. So we'll do that first, just in case we have any, like, from a previously used prefab. Doesn't hurt to be safe there. So this should be our logic for populating this with the correct rows here. It's already parented under the correct parent in our hierarchy, so it should always show up on top. We still want the tooltip controller to reposition it to wherever your cursor is for as long as it's open. Maybe, actually probably not. We probably just want to position it to wherever you right click and then let you like move your mouse around within it to select stuff. And we probably want to position it to where like maybe this is the center of your mouse, or your mouse is somewhere near the center, because with this we have kind of the problem where your cursor is here, and if you right click there's very little movement of exiting the tooltip. So what we've seen is, I mean, me even, a lot of people just, they'll right click and immediately close it on accident. So we just want to give more wiggle room. So maybe we can set our pivot point in the center or something. So let's get the positioning. I think we need to convert that to like screen position actually. Little sus. We'll see if that works. Cool. So that's our entry point done. When you right click on something, we are building this, we are adding all the rows. We want to have a public game object ref action row container. So here is where we will just clear out all those children. Here we're gonna parent rows under that. So this should be good. Transform. You know what, I guess that can just be a transform. So all that we have left for showing the tooltip is just actually loading the data per the row. So we can do that real fast. We still will need to rig up all of this on the actual tooltip controller. So it's going to pull the active tool, it's going to pull in the description, the name, and then this is an item slot component we've built. We'll just set it with the active tool with the flag that lets you not take items out, so you're not duplicating your tools. And then we need to rig up what happens when you click on one of these, which should be pretty easy too. And maybe some tooltips on these items. Probably also some logic here for if you've used this tool on this object yet, you can check mark or not. So lots of little stuff, but nothing really hard. Let's go ahead and get our rows populating with data. So in each row, we have a object name. So it's going to be TextMesh Pro UGI object name. We've got our codex icon, which we're either showing or we are turning black and removing the check marks. We'll have public game object codex icon container. Let's keep our nice naming convention of everything. These are all references. And then finally we've got our outcome item, which I think is an item slot as well. Yes. ref outcome item. And that's if we've already used this tool on this object. We're just showing what you will get if you select this. So, easiest thing is obviously the object name. Ref object name.text is entity.displayName. Let's see here. We've got some helper methods, I think. So let's try this. So I think it's in our recipe database, or our harvest recipe database. It's been a while since I've been in that code. What is the database called? At some point soon I'm going to need to figure out why this Unity's taken so long to rebuild these days. Alright, databases, interactable object database, sure. Let's find out what helper method we're using here. Get tool object result. And it'll either return null or an item name. Cool, cool, cool. So we can say string result, codex result is interactable object database.get tool object results for the active toolbelt item, which if you don't have an item selected, this is gonna return the bare hands item. So item name works, and it's on the entity name. Cool, cool, cool. So we will say if codex result is null, then this needs blacked out. We need to remove the check mark, and we can probably do away with the output slot entirely. Just like remove it, or maybe show some sort of question mark item in it or something. Maybe we'll leave the slot for now and we'll create some sort of like mystery item that we'll set in it later, so you can hover over it and be like, oh, it'll give me something, but I don't know what yet. But if we don't have a recipe already, what we can do is turn the codex icon black and remove the check mark. So that'll be ref codex icon container dot get component image for UI dot color is black. Cool. And then also ref codex icon container dot transform dot find, what do we call it, check mark. Turn that off. Cool, cool. That should be golden. And we are destroying this and creating a new one each time, which technically we probably should just pool it because it's only ever going to be one object, but because we are destroying it and recreating it each time, we don't need to like reset back to what we've started with. But if there is a recipe, then we can keep this as it is and set the outcome item in this slot. So we will say item outcome item is get item by name, yeah, or I think it's called find item. And we can say ref outcome item. Is it really set item? Set item data. And I think if we pass 1 in for stack size, it's not going to show a stack size, but we can always tweak that later. That will set this slot to have that item. It should give it the image, it should give it the tooltip, it should give it everything it needs as like an item slot. But let's go double check that it has all the flags for, like, you can't take items out of the slot and you can't drag items in. Can retrieve items, can receive items. No, we don't want it to act like a real slot. We just want it to show the item and show the tooltip. Yeah. Okay, cool. We probably also want some sort of flag here for like showing stack size or not, but I think it's probably fine. And lastly, we might need to rig up a temporary inventory for like the backing of where to store the item data. But maybe we can get away with not. Let's see. So that's gonna, yeah, it's immediately gonna look in the inventory. So we could set a static inventory on the inventory slot manager of the inspection window, so it's always ready. These slots can map directly to it. All we would need to do is make sure that that gets cleared when this window gets destroyed, which is probably fine to do. Alternatively, we could make this work without an inventory backing it, but I feel like this is such a like core component to a lot of our UI. We don't really want a lot of like branching and it working in different ways. We just want to keep it working the same way everywhere. So yeah, let's go ahead and see where our inventories are stored. Inventory slot, player inventory, cool, where are you at? Yeah, we can just create a new inventory here for like inspection, temporary inspection inventory. Let's do some nice spaces because we don't live in the 90s. And then on our I guess we would still need to set it. Or, I mean, this is, the action row is the prefab. They can all just point to this, but we'll still need to set the slot IDs, I guess. I mean, at this point, let's just, we don't even need to create the object. Let's just do it in code. And then whenever you show this inspection, we can just create a new inventory and do all the mappings. So on this guy, we can say void awake. We'll have a private inventory action row inventory. Action row inventory is equal to inventory.create with size. I mean, we can have a maximum amount of objects that you can interact with, but we'll say 100. Let's say 40. And then when you add a new action row, this guy probably needs to know what slot ID he is in this inventory. And this is a lot of boilerplate, so it's not the best. It's just trying to keep these inventory slots working like other inventory slots. So let's let's do this way. We'll say private int action rows is 0. When you add a new action row, we can say action row get component inspection action row controller dot map to inventory slot action rows, increase action rows, reset it here. And so this method what we will do is say, let's actually pass through the inventory as well. So we can say ref outcome item dot inventory is mapped to the inspection inventory, and the slot index is the inventory slot index. Slot index. What is it called? Inventory slot ID. Alright, so that should work. And all that does is keep a persistent inventory, which we probably don't actually want to do, but I think that'll work. It's very convoluted though, so I'm gonna move on. Alright, so with that in place, we can now so when we add a new action row, it first needs to create that inventory spot, and then it can load the data in, because we need that inventory slot for loading the data, because we're going to set the item data in that inventory slot here, and this should now work. And maybe if you don't have a recipe yet, what we'll do is disable the outcome item so you don't see anything yet. So we'll say ref outcome item.gameObject.set enabled false. And that should also get rid of this arrow, yeah, because it's childed under it. Cool. Okay, so unless I've forgotten something, I think this will work. Let's get rid of that, I guess. We haven't set the tool information. Let's do that real fast. Another thing we can quickly do and also quickly check. So let's create a method here for public void load tool information item tool. Cool. So in our player controller, when we are creating this inspection tooltip, now we can load the active tool information. It'll just be that and that. So this tooltip controller now needs a reference to the tool name, the tool description, and this item slot, which I don't really want to do the same inventory shenanigans we just did, so let's get the other stuff working first, and then maybe I'll come back and we can do some surgery on the item slots too. So let's say public text mesh pro active tool name, public text mesh pro active tool description. We will leave the icon for now. I guess we could, I mean, it doesn't really need to be an item slot. We could literally just make it a sprite with that item's image. Maybe that's the better thing to do. But either way, we'll come back to it. We will say active tool name. Text is the tool's item name and description. Cool, easy peas. So now, before we test it, we just need to go through and make sure that all these references we just set are set. So let's take a moment and do that, and then we'll jump in and press play, and surely it'll work first try. So UI references needs our inspection tooltip. Player controller doesn't need anything. In the inspection tooltip, which let's open it up. This guy needs action row container. This guy needs the prefab. Why is that a type mismatch? Oh, does it actually need to be the game object? Sure, we can do that. Cool, let's set that. Inspection action row, cool, is the prefab. And then our tool name and description. Cool. We will come back for the image. But finally, in our action row, oh, we need to apply the prefab changes. Actions, action container, here's our guy. Apply all, but importantly, object name, codex icon container and outcome item. Cool. Surely it'll all just work now. We will find out. Probably clear up the screen too. But let's first just see if it works. So you can ignore this guy. Hopefully his errors don't cause any other issues. But if we go and right click, okay, it's scaled weirdly, but it does have all the correct things. It doesn't go away when we mouse out. We didn't rig that up yet, but okay, we get everything in it. Cool. So everything that we did mostly works. And we got the oak tree way in the background too. So maybe we do want a max distance on our raycast that we're firing here. But this is a good start. Good start. Next up, let's go ahead and clean some stuff up. So this inspection tooltip on the window, we do not need because we're now creating them. But let's go ahead and apply those transform changes, which maybe that's why it was scaled weirdly. This tooltip we can also hide because we're just comparing it to it. In our inspection tooltip controller, we need to hide it when the mouse leaves it. So we're going to implement iPointerExit, which just fires when your cursor is already in it and leaves UI object. So all we're going to do here is destroy that, although that's probably where we will end up clearing the inventory. But for now, we'll just destroy it. So that should handle showing it, hiding it. Let's go ahead and limit our raycast a bit. I don't really know what a good length is here. We'll just play around. Maybe do 300 to start, cut it in third. What else were we missing? We still need to rig up what happens when you click on each of the action rows. But let's play it once more. It should be a lot cleaner because they'll go away for one. And hopefully they'll be the right size and like scale. We'll see. And we'll pay attention to where they're positioned relative to the cursor too, because we might need more space. But okay, now it does not show at all. Interesting. I wonder... Alright, two things to change. Let's bring our raycast distance back up. Don't think that's the problem, but we do want to also double check that the inspection tooltip is a raycast target, because it might just be immediately firing like iPointerExit or something. Maybe. Let's also add some debug here. And let's also add it here so you can see if it's just immediately getting destroyed. Cool. So on our inspection tooltip controller, that's where we want to look and see. It probably should, yeah, it needs a raycast target in order for iPointerExit to work. A little weird that we keep getting positional things. So it doesn't have a raycast target, I guess. So let's add image. Let's make it completely transparent, but now we can at least get events for when our cursor enters and exits it, because it is a raycast target. Okay, so let's see. It's enabled by default, but that's fine. Actually, that might be better because we can bring our cursor in. So will this close it? Okay, cool. Let's get our warnings up. So showing and immediately hiding. Right. Oh wait, it is here. Okay, it's positioning as if the pivot point's bottom left, but I mean, maybe that's not bad. It's still really small. Like, that's not the right scaling. But it is more working. And because we don't have a recipe for what you get, this is great, or blacked out. We don't have anything over here. Let's go ahead and harvest on this one so we do have a recipe and see if it works there. We need to fix the scaling and where the mouse is positioned. So what item did we just get? Regular interactable entity A. Cool, cool, cool. So if we right click on this, okay, so yeah, we have the check mark, still too tiny to see, and surely well, that didn't even set the image, so yeah, we'll go back and just set those images manually, but it does give the tooltip, which is nice. We have a separate script for just adding tooltips to images, so we can just use that instead of a full-on item slot. But nice. So let's figure out why it's scaling so poorly. This guy has overrides, but if we disable him, bring in a new inspection tooltip with no modifications. Let's see what it looks like just being added to the scene. Yes, not what we want. So what's the difference between these two? It's interesting that the sizing isn't being applied as an override. But we can do things manually, I suppose. I think if we just copy our world transform. You know what, let's copy the whole component. Let's see what happens when we paste that in. Okay, that's looking good. Pivot point should be in the center. Let's position this in the center as well. We can move the pivot a little bit, but let's get it working where it spawns in the center, or where your cursor is in the center at least. Alright, so if we delete this and bring in a new one now, we've modified the scale and position now. Cool, so that looks like it'll probably work. Let's double check, make sure it all looks good, and then maybe we'll rig up clicking on an action row to start interacting with that. It's so tiny. Why is it so tiny? It's doing what we want it to do, but why is it so gosh dang tiny? It'd also be nice to add a description for the object as well. We just don't have those. Alright, but cursor is being positioned in the center, which is great. Why is it so tiny? Let's... position that. Wait a second, is it parenting it somewhere else? Where is this? Aha! Is this scaled down? No. Is this scaled up? No. But if I were to take this... Why is it... Huh. Oh, okay. If I took this and moved it, where we would expect it. Does the scale change? Yes, it does. So something here. Oh, I guess we do have the top level canvas scaler here. Is it not the same as this? Oh, it's not. Okay. Huh. Well, that seems like an oversight that we should probably fix instead of just moving the problem. Let's... Well, actually, I assume it's probably bigger on 1920 then, right? Kind of. I mean, it's kind of the size we want, but the whole HUD goes away. So, yeah. We want to take this top level canvas scaling, apply it to the HUD as well. I mean, that is probably what we want to do, but I don't really want to go through and rescale all this UI right now. So I'm going to make a note to myself to go do that. Check myself into UI jail and just scale these back up to what they look like now when they're on the right resolution. But until then, we can literally just parent it in here instead, or really anywhere. Or, you know what, we could do the reverse. So that'll scale. I wonder if the tooltips are going to be too big now. Do we want to scale up or scale down? Probably scale down. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, okay. UI is definitely wrong. But this is right now. Yeah. So I can't remember if we wanted to target 4K and scale down, or target 1080p and scale up. But, I mean, this works. At least. I really just need to decide which way we want to scale and then rescale that UI manually. It's more of a busy work type thing instead of hard stuff. But let's see what our other canvases look like. We don't have a scaler on that. So the UI Windows canvas is what we should probably use as a template. Let's take this top level canvas. I think that's what we just scaled back down. So let's bring that back. And yeah, let's just do it real fast. Paste that, so it's going to scale everything down. Hotbar menu, let's scale this. Maybe we can just do it really easily, like scale the top level or something. Oh, I shouldn't be doing this in play mode. Rookie mistake. Scale this back up. Paste values. hotbar menu, scaled up, cool. Target info bar, scaled up. So this is now, it's not going to have extended actions, so it'll look like that, which I think is fine for now. We're going to redo the design of that anyway. So this is fine. This guy, we need to see him in the context of the researching bar. That's fine. And the wider bar is probably fine. Just let's rescale it a little bit. And we're gonna redesign this anyway, I think, but could even we could bring it up that far. See how that looks. But it's scaled back to the correct size. UI positions doesn't need rescaling. Surely the item pop-up origin is fine because it's all just relative. If we open this and open this, pop-up origin should probably actually be like, we'll position that more pixel perfect later. It's probably under the screen now though. I should prop it out here so we don't forget. Alright, we'll close these. Buff bar is the other thing to check. Let's just add an image real fast so we can see where it is. That looks fine, although a little too wide. Let's do like toy. All right. So everything should be rescaled back to normal. Let's go in and just poke around. Make sure our inspection menu is showing up. Make sure those tutorial windows aren't huge, which they might be actually. But everything else, inventory is fine. Ooh, our item tooltips are huge. Wonder, are they? They're down in the top level canvas. Interesting. Oh, which also needs rescaled. So I know I'm in play mode, but let's just see if this scales them correctly. Okay, it does. And that's where the tutorials are going to be too. Cool. So let's take our top level canvas. Let's get that back to target 4K, scale down. Let's try this. All the stuff hopefully should be rescaled. We'll see, we'll see. Okay, tutorials look good. Item tooltips look good. That is too small, but we're gonna redesign that anyway. This is now too small again. Okay. And that is because it's too small. So now let's go ahead and put this where it's supposed to be. I'll bring a new one in actually. So this guy is too small. And it's probably just because I built him too small. I was noticing like some of these font sizes were suspiciously low. Like 16, yeah. So they should probably... Let's just scale this guy up, build him how he should be. So... Oh right, we can't control height. Let's just do our text sizes properly. Let's bring this guy like 24. Bring this guy up to like 20-ish. Probably fine, to be honest. Section header, this guy... Maybe also 20? Maybe 18 there. And object name here, bring it back up to 20. We'll give our icons a little bit more breathing room. Do like 48, 48. No. 32. Maybe we don't even need to make that bigger. That looks fine. All right, so now when we open this up, we have all the correct sizes. We can go ahead and start rescaling things. Still pretty darn small, so let's go much bigger. Right. Is this font size good? Still little small, to be honest. Maybe not. I never know with font sizes. I feel like I'm never consistent with them. I've kind of standardized on 24 and 20 being title and body in this, so that's where we're at. Welcome back to UI jail, everyone. We're doing what we can. Icon is 28 by 26. Let's do 28 by 28 here. Checking in, how's it going? You know, we somehow landed ourselves back in UI jail again. It's going fine. Let me just increase the size a little bit. But we have our tooltip mostly working. Just make it a little bit bigger. I ran into some canvas scaling issues, so I ended up getting a little sidetracked on those. But hopefully, if we drag this guy in now, looks a little better. I mean, he might be too big now, but at least he's not too small. I want to make sure the font's not too small. But to answer your question, we've got it mostly rigged up on the display side. We still need to rig up like the click events for clicking on objects, but let me show you what we got. So we've got our objects once again. So the one in the middle is the normal object, like as if it were other objects in the world. If you were to click on it, you harvest it, blah, blah, blah. These guys on the sides are, need to rescale that apparently. These guys on the sides are the new like right click only objects, which is going to be what the ground is, grass, etc., etc. If you right click on one of them, you now get a menu of what tool you're using, the description of the tool, and all the objects you could use that tool on. And if you double up and get all of them, you get them all in the menu. And it'll show like, oh, you've used your bare fists on this before, it's in your codex. This is what you'll get. That's absolutely too small, actually. But once we get things a little bit more sized well, really all we need to do, and should be pretty fast, is what happens when you click on one of these, it's going to treat as if you clicked on any object and went to go harvest it anyway. But I'm really struggling with just getting text consistent. Like, there's so many different font sizes I've used in this game. I tried to normalize it. But maybe 20... Maybe these should be title size, 24. And this is probably fine. Like if we have something with a larger description, like this, we right click. I mean, that's readable, I'd say. It's just pretty small. Like, it's probably not readable for everyone. Maybe it can be bumped up a little bit more. And this absolutely bumped up, maybe some more spacing beneath it. And then, yeah, we want to do some sprites because we haven't done that yet, but all right, I'm gonna spend a little bit of time on just scaling this up. Let's do more bottom padding. That's fine. Let's do tool description. Let's bump that up to 24. See, like I want to go up to 22, but I also don't want a million different font sizes throughout the game. Just trying to standardize on, like, I have been doing 24 for titles and 20 for text. But I think these guys absolutely need to be up to 24. We probably want a little bit more spacing between them. But I guess let's add some in to see how it looks. So if we did like 8 spacing, that gives more room for error on clicking. The tool data container, we probably should resize this dynamically to just whatever the description takes up, but for now let's just treat it like this, and then maybe we make this section header a little taller just for more white space. It's lacking a high enough contrast for the brown font, so if you wanted to make it darker, that should help. The tool name could be larger, and so could the italicized font, but make the tool name more noticeably larger than the italicized. Good call. Yeah, I guess that isn't very dark, is it? Alright, so let's do this. Let's bump this guy up to 28. Let's give him a little bit more breathing room. I also go back and forth on whether he should be like left aligned or center aligned. Not right aligned. Center aligned is weird because we have the 2 columns and it doesn't look centered ever. But let's keep him left aligned for now. He probably just needs also like a better font, better color even. You know, let's keep white for now, just for the contrast. Let's give him a lot more space. And then let's make this a little bit darker font. Let's go full on black there actually. Same with this header. More contrast there is good, you're right. Other than that, I think your typography is fine. I think it's fine as left aligned, and honestly white for the tool name should still be fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't actually, like, this is all the default Unity font. I know that I want to get a new font at some point, and I'll probably come back and redo everything at that point, but just trying to get things mostly working and looking nice enough for now. I think the white is a good like super contrast compared to the description, because I guess I could, since they have different colors, I can bump this up to like 24. Might be too big though. Let's do 22 there just for a little bit of a boost, and I think we'll bring in the sides just a little bit. Let's do like 32. Just so it's got a bit more equal spacing, top and left, with a little bit more on top. Okay. This probably is going to look better. I think these guys can come in on the sides a little bit too, though. So let's do that. Let's do our object name, left padding, let's go up to 64, just bring it in a little bit. And same over here. Google Fonts is very useful, and so is Dafont. I've heard of Dafont. I think I used it a long time ago. I can send you some links later in Discord if you'd like. Yeah, that would be perfect. I don't think I want to go down the rabbit hole of fonts today, but I definitely do want fonts. So if you have resources or links, please absolutely send them. I would love to see them. Now that I see it, I think the tool name being centered would work very well because of the centered text above the tools list. Oh, yeah, you're right. Let's see if we can get that looking good. So tool name here. If we were to center this, I mean, I mostly just don't like that this description, which is very awkwardly sized. Maybe if I just bring that in a little bit, it just makes this looks not centered. And also even like, I don't believe that it is centered. Because there's definitely more width here. Oh, you know what? It's not centered. Because I still have 32 pixels on the left. Alright, that looks way better. Yeah. I didn't want to center it earlier because every time I centered it, I'm like, this is too far to the right. It was actually too far to the right. That looks so much better, actually. Alright, thank you. And maybe we can even, like... No, I don't want to mess with the design too much yet. But we have some space up here for information if we want to include somewhere. Okay, lastly, I think this is a little bit too much space. Let's make sure that these guys are at least 24. They are. They could be bigger, but I think it's probably fine for now. We probably eventually want to like let players scale the UI anyways. Maybe it's fine. Just need to get it working and get stuff done. Classic UI mistake. Yeah, I feel like I spend so much time in UI. It's just a black hole of like, you can always make things just a few pixels better, and then you make these dumb mistakes and you're like, everything's broken. How do I get out of here? Turns out it's user error most of the time. Let's bring in one of these, tooltip parent, see how it looks. That looks pretty good, I'd say. Like, this font could be a little bit bigger, but you know, we should probably at least match it to the description. As I said, you can always make things just a few pixels better. So our description's 22, this is 18. Just don't want it, maybe 20. All right, is this good? I would say this is good. Let's put our research bar down back where it was before we destroyed everything with our scaling things earlier. Gotta head out again, leaving you with the work. Thank you, man. It's good to have you here. I appreciate all the feedback and suggestions. I'll hit you up for fonts later too, but good luck, have fun, enjoy your day. Thanks for popping in. Alright, I think this tooltip looks great now. Probably not too small. Let's see it in game, and then if we don't get lured down a rabbit hole of more UI changes, we will make it actually work when you click on stuff. But that's looking better. I think we actually did need more spacing between them though, but this is looking good. Let's actually increase the height of the rows, I think. I think that's what's gonna do it. Alright, let's do that real fast. We'll never stop. So in this row, oh, actually I wonder, the height is already increased and it's just not applying to the prefab. Yeah. So we actually want a height of like 40. We need to actually open it up, not in the context. Action row This guy, where you at? Ah, well, yeah, that's a problem. Let's say 300 and a height of 40 gives it more spacing. Cool, cool, cool. Let's make this actually like 400, just so we don't do garbage things. And then finally in our inspection tooltip, let's bring this back to like 8. Okay. Stop tweaking things, get it working. Let's see it. Alright, that looks good. How about all 3 of them? Yeah, that's so much better. Okay. Alright, things look good. What we're gonna do is first take a quick bathroom break, but second, we will add a little, you know what, we're not even gonna do the hover for right now. No hover effect for highlighting. We're literally just gonna, let's rig up the code for what happens when you click on this. You should just start moving towards it and harvesting that object with your current tool. So let me BRB real fast. Had a lot of coffee. And I will be right back, and then we'll get back into the code. Thanks for being here. We are back in business. All right, we got our menu. I actually don't know why it kind of slides in. I think it's because it's recalculating the layout when we add those actions. But I kind of like that slide, so we're not going to worry about that too much for now. What we're going to do is get that click event on these objects. And hopefully that should be super easy. Because we have, it's like 4 lines of code in this guy where we do this logic. All we do is calculate the distance to that object. If it's within a certain range, we start harvesting already. And if it's not, then we move to that object and then start harvesting. So just got to figure out where we're doing that. It's probably on our left click input, which would be on generic interactable world object. On mouse down, trigger interaction from player input, perfect. All right, so we actually should be able to just say, here's our object, we'll call this on it, and it should treat it like any other interactable. Kick in your face, welcome in, kick in your face, welcome. Happy to have you here. What's going on? How's your day going? Have you kicked anyone in the face yet, or will I be your first one? Your headphones just died. I can sign language at you. No worries, though. I'll be here. So actually what we need to do is when we add those action rows with an entity, we just need to store that entity somewhere. So we'll say private generic interactable entity relevant entity, or let's call it target entity. And then on our row controller, we just need to implement on mouse down again and call trigger interaction from player input on that entity. So it should be super simple. Surely. Should work the first time. We'll see. But let me on mouse down. I can't remember if that's do we need to no interfaces to implement it. It apparently just works. Interesting. I'm not sure I believe that. We'll give it a shot anyway. Alright, so on our action row controller, if we say public void on mouse down, suspicious, that is what we want to do. But I'm also going to say debug.log, clicked on that from interaction menu. Welcome back, kick in your face. I don't know when your headphones died, but I was asking if you had kicked any people in the face today, or if I'd be the first. My day's going good. I'm doing good, getting a lot done. Got a little derailed on UI stuff, but we finally got stuff working and looking good. And I think we're just about to finish up this task that we set for ourselves today, but I saw a bunch of bugs earlier from us switching our engine stuff around, so I might go bug hunting soon or start on something else more fun. We'll see. Gonna get this working first. But welcome on in. I'm glad you're doing good, but no face kicking yet. Are you a game dev? You just interested in game dev or games or anything? We're working on a pretty chunky game, which I think is pretty cool, and hopefully we'll have a demo soon. But we're just working through a bunch of the more system-based stuff this week. Ah, yes. I didn't recognize the name. I see you. There you go. Welcome in. You caught my stream. Second account. I see. Well, my apologies for not recognizing you. Welcome in. We were actually playing Noita earlier. I started the stream a little bit early because the game looks super interesting. Only played for about an hour. I don't know if you've played it or not, but it's kind of Terraria vibes with pixel-based physics, which is really cool to see. But I'll probably play that again one of these coming up days. But we finally got into the code. We're getting stuff working now. I think actually what we just did should work. I'm not entirely sure I believe it, so let's test it. But the motivation behind all this is, let's see, seen pirate, seen it often, but I honestly don't really understand what the game is actually about. I honestly don't understand it either yet. All I know is you dive deeper and deeper into world, and you are getting lots of random spells. It seems kind of like a mix of like Dead Cells and Terraria so far. But I'm about an hour in. I'll play some more. Seems fun. But what we're working on today, we've got this big world, and I've wanted to make it prettier with like foliage and grass and stuff, and also let players like interact with the ground and other stuff. But I didn't necessarily want them just constantly trying to harvest from the ground when they click to move, because left click is also what you do to like interact with objects like this campfire. So I've created a type of object, or like a flag on objects, that lets me just say like only expose this on right clicks. And we've got a couple set up over here where we've got this middle guy's a regular guy. The guys on the left don't show anything, don't do anything when you click on them. That's the first part. But now when you right click on them, you're getting a menu that says like, here's what's under your cursor. Do you want to interact with that? Or if you have multiple in a row, you can select them all if there's stuff overlapping. But that should be able to let us add like tall grass and flowers and foliage and stuff that we can just kind of litter the world with, and you can interact with it that way. Without necessarily left clicking on it all the time. And I knew this wouldn't work. I was suspicious that this on mouse down wouldn't work, but apparently it doesn't. You mentioned you got lots of stuff done in your stream last week. What was that? What did I do last week, actually? I feel like it was UI stuff. It might have been our new item tooltips, which are now really, really nice instead of the really, really bad placeholder ones. I think that's what we did last week. We probably also did a little bit of... yeah, that might have actually been what we did. We had kind of just like a placeholder, kind of similar to this sort of tooltip, where it was just literally like text on a transparent black background. But I worked pretty hard on getting these nice tooltips, which looks pretty darn good. What was the process doing the UI? Oh right, and we did this new inventory window too, which has all this detailing. We did, I see, yeah. We did a few of these windows that are just more stylized now. Oh yeah, we did this too. I totally forgot. The process for doing the UI is pretty much, we found a free asset pack that has some components that we were using. So that was for like this nice header is a component they provided to us, these like decals. So we're just building it up little by little. I had to go back a few times to make sure it scales correctly on like multiple resolutions, since I'm still figuring out how to do all the responsive design. But really the most time taken was just figuring out these gosh dang layout group components. Vertical layout group, horizontal layout group. Like, I can use them, but I feel like every time I use them, I just go down this rabbit hole of figuring out like other components and how they interact with them. So for example, on what's a good example? Content size fitter. Well, I don't have a good example here, but like content size fitter and also layout element group, or whatever it's called, like getting those to be the correct dimensions of the elements contained within them, so you can like rescale windows or tooltips or whatever based on dynamic content, always gets me. It never works the first time. I don't know. I think I just fundamentally misunderstand what one of those components is doing, and I think it's supposed to do something else. But sure feels like layouts in UI in Unity are not that easy to work with. Wasting my time learning Photoshop and everything still looks trash. You know, it's going to give you a lot more control over the UI, I think. I have these textures that I generated on stuff, and I can move components around, but for the most part, like this background is literally just I plugged in leather texture into an image generator, and I recolored it green and I made it darker, and that is my background window. And if I wanted to change like some of the texturing in it, I would wish that I knew Photoshop. Like all this, the title is from this asset pack for inventories that we got, and or not for inventories, just for UI in general. So just trying to, like, we have a few core components, and it's nice to get a little bit of consistency like across all the UI by reusing them, but it's also so nice to have just a few really reusable components like headers, these inventory slots, like icons, and then you can kind of build those UI more piecemeal, I think. But I also really love some of the decor pieces that I've been using. So like, where can we find one? Crafting area. Yeah. So Inscription was in this asset pack, and all it is just like I think it's this one. It's just like a little decal. So I've used it a few different ways, like on the edges of UI pieces, to try and give it a little bit more like a vine look, kind of integrating with the background. But we've also used it like in the tooltip that we're working on now. It's like a separator between text. Just trying to take the Super Mario approach of making our clouds also be green bushes. I think it helps a lot with being able to build that UI when you have that core set of components that you can build with. But I think it also inherently helps a lot with the consistency across all the UI, which is really nice for someone like me who, once I've built some UI, I completely forget that, like, oh, this was this font size, this was this font styling, and I'll do something completely different over here. But if I can build some of those like core components up front, it's so much nicer because I don't need to remember all that. It looks very natural and fitting. Thank you. Yeah, I originally was going with this like very, very dark stylized UI look, and you see it in a lot of these windows, like the skills window, skill detail window, a little bit less so because we redid both of those last week. But like NPC window is very dark. It literally just has a brick texture for no reason. Doesn't make any sense. Codex window, similarly, it's all very like dark and very visual, I guess. But in this asset pack, we had 3 or 4 different like paper background textures. So that's what you see here. And I'm loving that so much more, and I'll probably redo all of these to use more of that, because I think it looks a lot more like a notebook of notes, which is a cool vibe for the player that's like in this world discovering new items and discovering new recipes and stuff. Might be cooler to have all these styled as like notebook pages. Oh, what's the song? The piano instrumental version of Song of Storms from Ocarina of Time. I actually played about 10 minutes of Ocarina of Time. I was a Majora's Mask guy, which came out around the same time, and I thought that was the coolest game ever. So I never even got into Ocarina of Time. But this is a vibe. I think this song is actually in a few different Zelda games, because I know it too. It'd be cool to learn on piano too. Were you a big Ocarina of Time guy? Or do you know it from a different Zelda? And also, I knew that this would not work. I don't know why I thought that it might. On mouse down. Let's look that up real fast. You were a PlayStation guy, no N64 games for you. I tried playing it on emulator later on, but I didn't finish. Yeah, I feel like... I mean, I had a PlayStation originally, but I didn't play a lot on it other than like some Final Fantasy, Chrono Trigger, or Chrono Cross and stuff. But the N64 was definitely crazy to play when, like, I grew up on the Nintendo, so everything was 2D and suddenly everything was 3D. But playing a lot of N64 games after the era of N64, I feel like a lot of the enjoyment is from nostalgia when you have like the PlayStation right after, which just is better graphics, better all around, maybe better camera controls, better controller. I feel like N64 was really, really cool, and I like some of the games when I play them again, but I think it's only because of how cool they were at the time. My brother had a PlayStation that he opened up and modded so it could play burned games, and that's how I played most of my games. That and renting one a week or maybe one a month from like Crown Video rental. You tried playing on an emulator later on, but I didn't finish. And again on 3DS, but again, not finished. Yeah. I mean, it's also a really long game, right? I never played it on... Or I never played anything on 3DS. But at least Majora's Mask, like... I played a long time and I never beat that. Although, I did play... Donkey Kong Country. I played an old Super Nintendo game a few weeks ago that I remembered spending months and months and months playing and never beat. And I beat it in an afternoon now that I'm an adult who knows how to play video games. And so now I'm wondering if maybe Majora's Mask was a lot shorter than I thought, or other games. But it's fun to see how fast you can roll through old games. Right, I was looking this up. I need to make sure that that action row controller has Raycast on it, which probably does not. That might be the fix. Where did we hide this? This guy does not have an image component. Coolio. Let's just make it transparent so we get a raycast target. So when we click on it, we should now fire on mouse down. Hopefully. Let's try that. What am I playing nowadays? That is a great question. I was playing Noita today, but that was the first time I'd ever played it. I still play a lot of Dota. I guess I can out myself with my hours played here. Just don't look too hard at that number. I try not to. I've been playing a lot of Overwatch on and off. The new season starts today, so I'll probably play a little bit more of that. Minecraft is going to have a new update soon. I'll probably get back into that then. And I've also been playing most nights, like to go to bed. I play Yakuza Like a Dragon, which I'd never played any of the Yakuza games before. It's a long series. But this one was made by the people who make Dragon Quest. And it's like a modern RPG, which is really, really interesting to play through, where you're like running through the streets of Japan and the enemies are all like guys with guitars who are creepy or whatever, and all the attacks are like somebody yells at you and so you're embarrassed, and so the status effects are like you have a cold, you're embarrassed, blah blah blah. But it feels like a like classic JRPG, which is really, really interesting. I think I haven't played many like modern day. Oh yeah, okay, you know it. Yeah, I haven't played any other Yakuzas, and I haven't played any modern day RPGs. It's always been like Other Worlds or Final Fantasy or something that's more fantasy, I guess. So it's been fun. I think there's like 16 chapters, and I'm in chapter like 11. I assume I will finish it someday. But maybe you have this problem too, or maybe you don't. But the reason I rarely finish games is the same reason I rarely finish books. Like as soon as I get to the last chapter or so, which I only ever do in games that I like enjoy a lot, then I'm like, man, if I finish this game, like it's over. I don't want it to be over. And so I just naturally like stall, and I end up not playing the game, and I never actually beat it. And then I goes so long since I've last played, I'm like, I might as well start over. Like I don't want to just jump to the end. I want to enjoy the game again. So that's really, really bad for like JRPGs or RPGs. This is you. Yeah, like those games where it's 100 hours. Like, yeah, I'm gonna play those 100 hours again, but I'm gonna stop at 90 hours the first time because I just don't want it to be over. That's it. And that's probably why I'm so drawn to like roguelikes like Terraria and games where you can just like pop in and it's a new game for 30 minutes or 30 hours or whatever. Oh yeah, the other game I've been playing is Kenshi as well. I don't know if you've seen or played Kenshi. It's a little older, but it is visually a very old game too, I'd say. But it's a very big game with a lot of stuff. It's almost like, I mean, it's probably bad to say towards Skyrim, but I feel like it's more of like a top-down Skyrim where you are this character in the world. It's very sandboxy where you can do whatever you want, but almost all of your actions have some sort of consequence of, like, all these factions in the world will actually have wars throughout the world, and they'll take over other areas, which redoes like the towns and what's available, and you can choose who to help, and it's a cool game that you can just jump into, and you know all the rules, but it's still a long game to play through. And I don't even know if you can beat that, but those sorts of games always get me so bad. I haven't finished Omori, and I absolutely loved every single bit of it. I'm afraid it ends as soon as I finish it. Yep. Let me look at Omori. I think that is how I played Celeste too. Once I started feeling like I was at the end, I was like, I want to finish this story, but I don't want to have finished this story. I have not seen Omori. This looks interesting. So it's got some like turn-based battling. Is it a RPG? Looks very stylized. I like that. I'll watch this trailer real fast. I don't think the sound will come through, so this is probably fine for copyright. Oh, it is an RPG made with RPG Maker. Okay, okay. I'm in already. With some horror elements. Of course, it wouldn't be a released RPG Maker game without horror. Okay, okay, I'm in. Don't really know what the gameplay looks like, but I'm still in. It kind of makes me think it would look like, is it Undertale? Yeah, Undertale. But I think I have to show off, oh, right. I only have the most recent ones in Steam. Only 500 hours between the two of them. Oh, but I grew up on RPG Maker XP, and they actually had a console RPG Maker. I don't remember what for console, or what console it was for. I think it was PlayStation. But I played that a ton on console too. That was like the only game that I actually bought, because I was like, I can just make other games. Why would I buy other games? Alright, I don't remember if I had rebuilt before hitting play, so I'm gonna go try again. But we're trying to get our interactions to fire when you left click on an action row controller, which use one of these, and they are not firing. I wonder if we have some other raycast object on top of them. You've never had RPG Maker. You're missing out, my guy. That is it's a classic. It's so, it does so much for you. Like, it definitely pigeonholes you into a type of game, but it's also really, really cool, especially when you first start game development, I'd say, because it exposes all those data structures of like how character stats are stored, how skills are stored, how enemies are stored, like loot tables, all that. You can go in and see like the code of how it works. So it's so cool to be able to just see all that and be like, oh, that's how this works in games, or this works in games. Only dreamed of making games as a kid. Never did it back then. You know, I think I wouldn't say that I made any games as a kid, but I did. I dreamed hard. In my first year in college, I think, is when I made my first game for an assignment. It was just a little top-down shooter, like what I could probably make in a few hours today. But before then, I had notebooks and notebooks of like Mario levels that I would draw, and just like rules for games that I would never ever make. Dreamed big, for sure. So our on mouse down is still not firing. Interesting. This guy. Inspection action row controller. Let's go inspect our guy. See if anything might be in front of it. So this size box gives me concern. I don't know what that is for. So this isn't a raycast target, so it's not going to interfere. Also not. This is not. Okay. Ooh, I bet the background could be it, because it's probably drawn on top of this. And then the frame, we might as well take that out as well. This guy might even be a raycast target too. Yeah, it is. Outcome item, same. Codex icon. Yeah, lots of stuff, I guess, that could have interfered. So let's see if that works. Click. Nope. Why? So on mouse down on this, which has an image, is a raycast target. Transparency doesn't matter to that. Nothing after it could override or be in the way. Welcome to UI jail once again. Why is this UI not working? Over a collider. You know what? I think on mouse down is for 3D game objects, isn't it? Where else did we use that? Panel trigger is a 3D object. Yeah. Okay, that should be an easy fix. Alrighty, man. I'll have to go counting some sheep now. Again, so late. Yeah, time zones are hard. I get you. Thanks for popping in. Good to see us. I'll recognize your name next time. Don't worry. You have a good one too. I'll catch your next stream next, or your stream next. Let me shout you out real fast. Oh shit. Electric human? Irregular human. That's it. Anybody watching should go check out Human over here. He's working on a cool horror game. Lots of shredding stuff, lots of trains. Well, maybe only one train, but lots of cool stuff. I enjoy his streams. Go check him out. See ya. Alright, and we know what we need to fix. It's not mouse down. It is eye pointer down. Click. It'll probably feel more responsive if it's down, but sometimes, yeah, we'll just do down. So let's implement that, and then we'll just take this logic, use that instead. Here. All right, I trust that this will work. It's a little sus that it would work originally, because on mouse down didn't sound right, and it wasn't. All right, let's try this once more, hopefully. All right, will it work? It fired. Clicked on target entity, entity wasn't set. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That is fine. Because we're never storing entity. Cool. All right, should work this time. Surely. This is a great song. Chrono Trigger. Great game. Alright, surely this will work. Surely. Okay, we are back here. Well, let's go up. Right next to it, we are harvesting. Cool. Harvesting works when we are next to it. The alternative is when we're further away, it needs to move you to the object and then harvest it. So let's make sure that that works. Ta-da! What item are we getting here? Right-click only interactable entity B, an entity that only reacts to right-click interactions. Holding it feels strange, like it's not supposed to be picked up this way. I have gotten a few cool items from like these clearly testing placeholder names, and every time they're so cool to just see in the game because it's so obvious that these items are being created like on the fly. It makes me want to do like a sci-fi section or like other genres even that would have just completely different items and the systems would all just work. So I think that'd be super cool. But you can even like take those and craft with stuff. Maybe we do a fishing rod with our right-click only interactable entity bees. Or I guess we could do it with a bee. But let's look at this fishing rod. We got an entity snagger, a peculiar rod that can reel in strange entities, only interactable by right-clicking. Sure. It doesn't have any effects, like that isn't an effect, so we can't enforce that. But, you know, we can also get a honey dispenser, sure. And eventually we want to do a building system, so items like this might end up being item type placeable building or something. So lots of stuff to be done still. But I'm glad that this works. So if we now right click on this, we've interacted with this, we know that we'll get this object. If we wanted to maybe try this one, we'll see what object we get, and we will be able to see that both ways. So now this guy gives us interactable entity B, this guy gives us unknown essence, and that works pretty well, I'd say. I think this maybe could be a little bit bigger, the output item, but I think the next thing that we want to do is actually go through and do those image or the item sprites, because we're not showing them because we're trying to use item slots to like reuse some components, but I think it makes more sense to just literally do images, so we'll do that instead. But this all works, so I'm gonna go ahead and check this in real fast. Let's say right click, inspect, menu is working, shown, data loaded, and functions. Cool. Alright, now let's go do some fun stuff. Let's make it look nicer. We are gonna have, instead of a selected tool here, we'll just have an image for a tool image. Size it to what we had, bring it out here, and I'll disable that. Let's give it a frame too, and probably a background too in case some of the images later are transparent, but let's rig all that up. So we got a probably something like that. Let's see if there's anything a little bit more stylized. It's otherwise a very blank tooltip. Could do something like that. I'm just now realizing we probably want to match it to whatever this border is, so it looks like the tool that you're using down here. So let's grab that. Save this frame. Let's just copy him over. Alright, so we've got our image. Let's give it a random image by default, just for now, so we can see how things look. Yeah, that frame matches real good. We don't need a stack size, but if we did have a transparent image, which we should have some examples of, something like, sure, that's fine. We should also have a background. Which will be before. Yeah, let's do just like gray, or what tools were purple. So something like that. So here, let's get all this unparented so we can actually resize things a little bit nicer. And then we'll stick them all in a container. Tool image container. So let's actually size that this way. Then we'll pull it out, put these guys inside. Now we can move them all together and it'll all hopefully be nice. So that is a terrible default image. Let's say Aimer or something. Sure. That is what a tool could look like. And I think that'll look fine. We could make it bigger. Maybe we even do stretch this back out and assume there will be some white space around it. But that'll be nice, I think. With that, we could position it in a few places. I don't know if any of them look better, so let's keep it there for now. Let's get rid of our selected tool. Swapping that out, we don't need it anymore. Let's rig this up real fast. We could set this guy up next, but I think let's just populate this because it's going to be really fast, and then we can have end-to-end done. We'll do the same thing down here. So how we do that is up in Action Tooltip Controller, or Inspection Tooltip Controller. When we load the tool information, we will also public image active tool image sprite icon image. We got this. I'm trying to be a little bit more consistent in these variable name formats, so I'll just update those two, get this guy in the same. Anything that is like a reference to a game object, I'm trying to prefix with ref. Anything that is a prefab, so a reference to a prefab, I'm trying to prefix with prefab. And then other stuff is just like state. But we probably need to reset these now because we renamed it, but we need to set that anyway, so let's do that. Whenever it's ready. I'm curious what this white box is that I don't think is in this prefab. I don't think anything in here has those dimensions. Guess it could be stamps container. No, he's down there. Huh. Well, we can ignore that for now. We want this and to set these references. So tool name, tool image, and tool description. Cool. All three of those are rigged up. We're not setting the image yet, so let's just do that. We say ref active tool image is tool.image. Image. Should probably be named sprite, to be honest. Cool, so that'll set that now. We don't quite need to test that quite yet. Let's just do the same down here and we can test them both together. So what we'll do is we'll take this image container that we just built and copy that. Let's bring it over into an action row and we will end up replacing this outcome item. So let's scale it down. Maybe we can match the dimensions. It's not bad. Put it over in the corner. Guess we need to take off our right padding on something. Okay. Let's get rid of this guy. We're not going to use the full item slot anymore, which also means we'll get to clean up some of this, like really remove this inventory stuff completely. But let's get this looking nice. So these aren't tools, so we don't necessarily need this frame and this color. So let's look at, well, one could do this and it's got some consistency with that. And I think it's kind of the same color as the frames. That might actually be a good call. But if it doesn't look good, we can come back and choose a different frame. So let's call this output image container, output image. And then in our action row, instead of setting the item here, all we need to do is have a reference to ref outcome item image. And we can just say dot sprite is equal to outcome item dot image. We can get rid of our inventory slot manager entirely. So we would need to disable the image as well. Set active game object, set active false. We can get rid of map inventory slot. Great, great, great. It was very hacky to begin with. Cool. We're also going to add a little bit of a highlight on hover, I think. So we'll do that in a second, but we should have some compilation errors. Yeah, we don't need to map anything to an inventory anymore. We don't need to build an inventory. We can get rid of all this because we're just storing the entity on the action row now. And yeah, do we have any other compilation errors? Let's see. Yeah, I really like how this right-click menu is coming together. I think the one thing that's missing right now is descriptions of whatever objects you're right-clicking on. Maybe just like the first one for UI's sake. But we don't have those descriptions in the game code, and we can generate them like based on the item name and or the object name. And I think one of the things that Andrew is working on for NPC brains, he's giving NPCs like perception or senses effectively for what's around them. So like NPCs can see you in a vision code, or they can hear noise, or they can do X, Y, and Z. That might be really cool to reuse on objects for generating descriptions of them. So we'll see. I'll probably hold off on object descriptions until we have a way to generate good descriptions for them. because otherwise it's just like, this is an oak tree. And you either have that or you have something that goes way more like specific or descriptive, which might not necessarily be correct in the game world. If you're like, this is an oak tree that's been here for thousands of years, and you're generating that from the name oak tree, but maybe it's like a little oak sapling or something that's really small in the world or whatever. So we need some more game context for each object, I think, before we can start generating their descriptions. But let's set this image. Keep getting distracted. We did not have compilation errors? We did not. Okay. So on this, we are already setting the image. We did it already. Great. Good job, us. All right, I see that these have a nice spacing, but I feel like we might get rid of that. Now that we have these nice borders going all the way to the edges, I want to see what it looks like without. So that's going to be back up prefab in here. I want to say maybe like 1 or even, I mean 0 is going to give us better, it'll feel better when you go from one item to the other. Like, it's nice to have this sort of padding for usability reasons, because it gives players a lot less chance that they're going to click the wrong thing. If they like go to click this and maybe they were going to click near the bottom, but they accidentally click the top of this, either like on accident or they have accessibility problems where the mouse isn't accurate. So it's nice to have the protection against accidental clicks around your buttons and stuff. But I feel like maybe we can increase the heights of these. The main interaction that I see players will probably do in this window is move their mouse from output to output and see like, ooh, this item gave me this item gave me this item gave me this. And I feel like that flicker of when you show that tooltip here and you mouse out, it goes away here, we show the next tooltip here, goes away, next tooltip. So there's like that delay between tooltips. I feel like if that's the main thing the players are going to be doing, it's going to look and feel a lot better if there's no flicker and your tooltip just changes from one to the next. So I want to see how that feels. And let's see, everything should be rigged up. Both images should be working now, hopefully. Actually, I don't think we set references in the inspector. So let's undo that real fast. And let's do that. So in the, here, we missing anything? We are not. In the action row, we are. Output image goes here. Okay, that's what we were missing. Let's try this once more. Surely, this will look and feel great. Alright, so we do want to, oh, we need to disable the whole container when the output is nil, not just the image. So we can fix that. But we also need to add tooltips for these. But if we do line it up so we get a few, I guess, yeah, we can't really test this until we get the tooltips, but this might be nice, I'd say. Like, I was worried they were a little bit small, or too small earlier, and so there's even less precision of clicking on them and doing all that. But I think if they're almost like a grid here, it's a lot easier to move from one to the other versus having that space between them when they're this small. But let's populate some sprites real fast. This one's for regular interactable entities. Let's also do this guy, and then after we'll do this guy. Well, let's leave one. Well, no, let's do them all. I wonder if we're able to research or harvest multiple things. It's probably a bug. But let's see this. So now we have all three. Yeah, if we set up tooltips for these, they should be really nice. And I worry still this tooltip's a little bit too small, but maybe not. It'll be fine for now. We could bring this in a little bit off the frame, I think. Like bring it over to here. I think we'll do that. It's nice to have it aligned with an edge though. So that's this guy. We actually want to see it in the context of its parent, so here if we do that, apply. Yeah, that looks good. We could even bring it in a little bit more. Give it a little bit of overlap, maybe. Is that weird? It might be. Because we have this like line from our row border, which I don't necessarily like. Like this. Could honestly... So if we did something like that, where we get these lined up, this is kind of centered. Let's make it a little bit more. Like 4.7. Oh, you can't do decimals? Okay. Let's do 5 then, I guess. Because we can overlap this stuff. Get something like this, and is that weird? Kind of just looks like this has a thicker frame on the right. I don't really like that. Alright, so let's undo all this. Let's put our output item back over. You know, we could do a little detailing like that. How does this look with all of them? Just doesn't look aligned, actually. Alright, let's see. Let's just put it back here. That's fine. Alrighty, so to make this look and feel a lot nicer, and so we can actually test the feel here, we need to set up mouse over tooltips for the item on this. And I think we have mouse info tooltip container. We could do show object while mouse entered if we built a tooltip object, but I feel like, well, actually, we've done this somewhere else, and I think what we did was have a single tooltip object for the window, and then when you mouse over something, you load that tooltip object with this item. So they all share the same tooltip, which is fine. let's just browse and make sure we're not missing something. Show item tooltip on hover. Yeah, that's what I was more looking for. Where it does everything for you already. We just need to set the item. And the item tooltip is that guy. So we have our raycast target on the image here already, which we shouldn't have. So let me get rid of the other ones too. But now in our code, we can say ref outcome image dot get component show item tooltip on hover dot item is equal to this item. Perfect. Should have a tooltip. The other thing that we wanted to do was we actually need a public game object ref outcome item container. That's what we disable here instead of just the sprite, because the container has the sprite, the frame, the background, etc. This now should have that set up. We don't need a new reference for that. We just need to set our new container reference, and it's probably going to work. We'll double check that this works, and then we'll add the same tooltip effect to the item in the main, like up here. But this guy needs output item container. So if we apply this, surely these tooltips will be beautiful. This is also a Zelda song. Oh, it's the same song as earlier, just not the same rendition. All right. Right, we need to harvest first so we can actually populate that, but it is nice that they are populating. There's some weird stuff going on. I saw 2 different item images there. Alright, so if we get both, we now have tooltips, but I did notice for a second there was, like, maybe when we start harvesting this, at some point, yeah. So, that is a terrible, terrible bug, because what's happened here is we've started the process of generating the item that you get, the recipe that you get, the item attributes, the image of the item, the description, all this stuff that we branch out and do a bunch of different prompts and generations for. We're all storing that stuff in piecemeal as it's done. And one of the very first things that we're doing is generating the tool object recipe of what happens when you use your bare hands on this object. When that recipe is done generating, we save that recipe and it exists, even though we haven't finished generating all the attributes and stuff for the item that it results in. So that's why there's a very short time after you start researching an object. If you right click that object, it'll have an item output, or a recipe. It'll have a recipe. And that's what will show this, because there is a recipe, and it'll point to a null item, which is why we have this default item background here and a blank tooltip. But once that item is done generating, it works. So what we probably want to do is just make it a little bit more robust in wherever we check to see if there's a result, we need to say if the result, like if there is an object, tool, recipe, or the item that it results in are null. What is the actual result? It gives the name of... okay, so we can just say item database dot find item instance dot find item codex result is equal to null. But I don't actually like doing it like this. Let's go ahead and just say public bool item exists. So now we'll say if that item exists. So either there's no item returned from this interaction, we haven't even started generating a recipe, or we have built a recipe but we haven't finished building the item. I think there's technically a little bit of still the issue here, because we generate the item and then we generate like the item attributes and the item image and other stuff. So we could also have the item, and the technically correct thing is to like say, and we have the item, but this is null or this is null. There's probably some sort of flag we should set on items for like done generating. But this is going to make the problem a little bit less immediately noticeable, so this should be good enough for now. And then when we get that flag, let's just say to do swap this check out with a flag on items for when they're done generating. Let me make sure we don't already have that. No, we do not. And yeah, I think somewhere else I remember just checking to see if like individual attributes were set before doing some logic, but I think it makes sense to avoid that where we can. Just means we could show things a little bit sooner if there are a lot of generation steps. Let's see here. I think things are working, right? What were we just fixing? Let's go ahead and add our item tooltip on the tool as well. And then maybe we'll check it out, see if there's anything that stands out, but then we'll add a hover effect to the UI. Just make it a little bit lighter on each row when you hover over, so it's a little more punchy when you push it. Let's see here. Tool image container. Let's add it to this. We'll have show item tooltip on hover. This item tooltip. And then we just need to set that on our tooltip controller here. Ref active tool image dot get component show item tooltip on hover dot item is equal to tool. Perfect. So that should give us really everything we needed, right? Let's check it out and then we'll see if there's anything we should do before hover effects. All right. I guess we'll harvest all these. Yeah, I think we can research them all at the same time, which is a little concerning, but you know, it works for us right now. So I think as long as we don't touch anything, we will research and harvest all three. I guess we're only harvesting one now. But interesting. We didn't register any of them as researched. Huh. Or, you know what, that check we just did is wrong. This. Yeah, that should be, the item doesn't exist. You're getting nothing. Cool. Alright, well, let's try this with the fix. Alright, harvest, harvest, harvest. Don't think it saved us time trying to get them all harvesting at the same time last time. Alright, we got one. Let's do the next one. But this does have an image. Cool, cool, cool. We'll do the next one as well. I think it's going to switch us over. Looks like we can harvest multiple things at a time, but... Or we can research multiple things at a time, but we can't harvest multiple things at a time, which, sure, that's fine. Works good enough for now. Alright, so, tooltips? Yeah, maybe they are too close to the edge because I accidentally hovered out, but that looks nicer. Maybe we can, yeah, let's make these taller and make the images bigger. But this is nice to be able to like click on an object, even just one object. But I guess probably multiple objects is where it makes sense. And just see all those of be like, oh, do I want this? Do I want this? Do I want this? I want to interact with that. Okay, so I think it looks good. Like, other than making this taller, no changes. This tooltip works. Let's go ahead and make sure that it still works. Okay. Technically, I was going to say you could, since it only uses the active tool, you could press 1 to change the tool and it doesn't redraw. Probably should. We don't have a callback for like tool changed yet, but that might be nice. But that would actually be really nice. What we can do is, let's do these action rows. Let's make this 64. Let's make this guy height 64 pixels. Oh, our scale isn't 1. Okay. Bet. Alright, let's scale up this book too then. Probably 48, 48. Okay, let's do a left padding of 78, 96, 78. All right, so that should be good, except it's not propagating the 64 height change that we made. So let's do that manually. Action row. Because I don't think the size changes you make in the scene get applied to the prefab. If we just bump this up to the 64 we expect, looks good. So now it should... If we bring in new ones, they should be the right size. Yeah, okay. Cool. All right, let's see how that looks. And then I guess we'll do our hover effect on highlight, but I think this is looking real good. This new UI is looking really nice. I like the notebook feel of, I kind of like this idea of this guy showing up as an alchemist and needing to take a bunch of notes about all this stuff that he's discovering and whatnot. So let's harvest that. The size did look a lot better here. I think it's a big, nice, chunky button. We will need to make that size resizable, I guess, or the text either resizable or multi-line. But let's harvest some of these other ones. Let's see how multiple of them look next to each other. I think it's going to look really good when we get the text working. Right, and this guy, it's nice also that you see oh, I haven't harvested this tool with this yet, so it's not in my notebook yet, but then it will be with the check mark, and you'll see the item. All right, so if we have all three, yeah, it's a lot easier to just mouse over and not go out of the tooltip. It works and it's mostly legible. That's what counts, you know? I'll take it. I'm gonna just make this font probably 2 lines and also resizable text, but I think it's good enough. If you see something on the ground and you want to interact with it, you can. Yeah, I guess all this was to let me do this. So I'm gonna go make the ground interactable, I guess. Where do we got these? All 3 of these. Generic interactable world object, and we just call it the ground. Interaction range 1, right click only. Ta-da! And you know what, we'll make the base harvest time a lot longer, but might need a new category for the ground, but we'll say stone. That should now add the ground to all these right click menus, hopefully. I like the tooltip. If I interact with the ground, does it say you touched grass? There's no narration, but wouldn't be hard to add it. Alright, so now I can left click around, move as normal, but if I right click on the ground, I can interact with the ground. That's actually so cool. Always gives you something to interact with. That's pretty cool. So that's how you collect dirt, you know? We probably actually should change the default animation on that, but you know, in the original 2D version of this game that we had, we had this harvesting system, which was literally just random items. You click on it, you get it from a store. But dirt was one of the main, we need dirt as a base thing to mix with water and logs and blah blah blah. So now the player can get dirt. They could let's see, do we have a bucket? No, we've got a pickaxe though. We could use a pickaxe on the ground, see what we get. I mean, it doesn't feel like a huge step because it's literally the same engine that we were already building, but I think it is a big step. I think you're right. It's a pretty big object to be able to interact with. You want to see what a dirt sword would look like? I can do that. So let me grab some dirt. once again, still need to do all these animations. Don't know if we'll keep this guy. But actually, what I could do... Oh, I don't have a sword, I have an axe. But I can go over to the anvil, use dirt as the material, and craft a sword. If there's a sword recipe. Surely there is. Sword. No animations, but I promise we're blacksmithing right now. Let's see what we get. You know, dirt sword sure looks like an iron sword. And you know what? I bet... Let me see if I can... what's our... Let me do this live. Stable diffusion service, blah blah blah. What is our heckin' endpoint? Oh, you know what? I understand. It's not public anymore. Let me authorize and just do it manually over on this computer. There we go. All right, we were on the wrong image model. Let me bump that over to the correct one. Let's make a new dirt sword with the new model. Well, I guess it'll use their old image because we already have the item in the game. But let me just try a dirt scimitar real fast. See if that gives us more of like this item type. Yeah, it's a mud scimitar. It's kind of dirt-like. This is the image model that we're actually trying to use here instead of this more like generic or photograph-based one. You like the mud scimitar. Were you able to find any other bugs while I was away? Actually, there weren't as many. Like, there were a lot when I first opened the stream, but there weren't as many. And I think we fixed most of the small ones that we saw, so I might be able to find some in a bit, but I know you said the AI side of things was updated and you may have caused some issues. Yeah, I did end up causing issues. Let's take this mud scimitar and let's make it even dirtier. Let's add dirt to it. Let's see what we get here. So an earthbound scimitar, sure. Still dirt-based, but somewhat more effective, it says. We can also take this over to the furnace and put our earthbound scimitar in the furnace and melt down some dirt to apply to it. Let's see what we get with that. Like, I have all these different systems that you can craft in that are just slightly different in different ways, because I think they'll end up being a little bit predictable. Oh, we didn't get anything. Okay. Right. Furnace can output the same item. But it's kind of cool to try all these different things in different ways and see how it's different from, for example, like sword plus dirt, what you would get versus like sword with dirt melted down onto it. But I'm going to try with the ash, see if we can modify it at all. Dirt glass. That's probably what you'd get if you got some dirt in. Let's give it a shot. Ooh, an ashen earthbound scimitar. That looks pretty cool. We don't have any stats on weapons yet because there's no combat, but I bet that'd have some cool ones. Looks pretty cool. But I bet if I grab some dirt. Okay. So, I mean, I'm just constantly surprised that, like, this keeps working, to be honest. Like, the more random things that I do, that it actually just happens to work. Mix a growth potion and a shrink potion. Wonder what I get. But I'm just having fun now. I think that I really like this sort of crafting system, so it's cool to build it into a game and be able to just play it myself. I got an error at the end of there. I think that was one of the AI issues that happened. I think it's maybe giving output in the wrong format. It looks like a parsing issue, but I just restarted. I will try dirt and an acorn. I bet you're right. Let's see if we even get dirt again while using bare hands on the ground. Handful of dirt. Alright, alright. Maybe... Can we craft like a shovel? We've got a hoe. Okay, maybe no shovel, but let's try and get some raw dirt with just our hoe. But it'd be nice if we could have like a shovel. So we've got a clump of dirt. Alright, alright. Let's grab a couple of those, and then I guess we only have one acorn. Let's just try... Wait, where is this item going? Clump of dirt? Oh, it is in my inventory. Clump of dirt plus acorn. Let's see if we get our sapling. Because the idea, all of this, was so that you would be able to take this sprouting seedling, which would be like classified as a placeable object or something. You can now right-click, use that on the ground, and it would like consume it from your inventory, place it, place the model, and then that model would be its own effective NPC without the dialogue, but it'd treat itself to growth patterns and stuff. But that is how I want to do farming, but I haven't got there yet. But now if we use a sprouting seedling on the ground, we're getting a sprouted seedling back, just because it's treating it like harvesting, but, you know, kind of works. If you wanted to find the sprouted seedling, you could do that if you go to the water. Maybe, I bet if we use the sprouting seedling on the water, it will act as if we had watered it, and maybe it'll give us something even bigger plant. Let's go find out. There's a lot more to be done, I think, on like when to consume items or not, because obviously I feel like these sprouting seedlings should have just one-to-one transferred into sprouted seedlings instead of also giving you this back. But apparently you can't interact with the water anymore. I will have to turn that back on. But maybe we use a sprouted seedling on the ground. Maybe we get something even more. Here's my problem. I think if I ever got my hands on this, I would just be addicted to all of the different combinations. I would waste hours. So here's my problem. I have my hands on this, and I keep getting addicted to all the different combinations instead of writing code and actually finishing it. And I do waste hours, but it is fun. So at least there's that. I'm enjoying it. Hopefully soon you will be able to quote-unquote enjoy it as well when you're wasting hours. But I think the one thing that we want to add in before doing the demo is our new changes to the NPC brains. Because, I mean, crafting items is really fun, and you can like throw all those items in your storage to save them and all that. But like, if you can't do anything with them, you're gonna... I think it gives it a lot more meaning to be able to craft the items and then do stuff with them. So like giving them to NPCs to solve their quests. It's also a good way to give you like prompts for like mini goals effectively, of like you talk to somebody and you think that they need some enchanted leather gloves. Now you have a little goal of, I want to craft this thing. I need to get leather. I need to get an enchantment on there somehow. I need to turn that leather into gloves. How do I do all these small piecemeal challenges? And I think all those just naturally rise out of talking to these NPCs and getting quests, which I think is cool. So once we get this new NPC system that we're working on now, yeah, there's a lot of hashtags in this new model. Once we get this new NPC system in that is in progress in another scene right now, then we'll have the demo up, I think, and hopefully I don't waste too many of your hours. Yeah, crafting with meeting, absolutely. Like, I mean, I've played a lot of early access games which had a really, really cool, like, introduction and, like, first bit of the game, and I replay that a lot, and then by the time the later bits of the game are out, I don't really want to go back into it because I have to go through all that early part again. It's kind of what happened to me with like Valheim. So I just want to complete the loop before our demo's out is all. Yeah. We can now interact with the ground. Cool, cool, cool. Maybe we should make like these barrels interactable. We can make everything interactable now if you don't need to left click on it. We could add grass. Oh right, let's finish up this tooltip. Let's add a little hover effect when you hover over it, and then, you know, we could do more, but that might be enough. You could waste them. You know you're onto something when your game is just consistently fun to just tinker with. I hope so. Like, I'm trying to pull in influences of my favorite games, and we're trying to pull in influences of some of Andrew's favorite games. So, I mean, it's definitely a weird concoction of all these, like, RuneScape, Skyrim, and Diablo, I think, are maybe the main three right now. And so I'm hoping that taking all these parts is fun, especially like long term, but we're also trying to build these cool like changes, these interesting systems, so hopefully it works out. Where are we going for MMO or just single player? It would be so cool to make this an MMO, but I think technically, like, I'm not sure either one of us are ready to make a multiplayer game, especially an MMO game. So if we ever want to finish the game, I think it needs to be single player. But what I was interested in doing, potentially, is almost like any sort of single player game where you have multiple worlds, you like start over and things are different each time. So like using a sprouted seedling on a campfire, you might get a different item each time. However, all of that is based on what like randomized seed you're using for that generation. So we could take an approach like Minecraft or Terraria or something where you could choose your world's seed and it's always the same for all generations. So theoretically, if you found a seed where you really liked all the items and recipes and stuff, you could just create another world with that seed and it would have all the same recipes the next time you play. But I think the cool part of that is you could also share that seed with like somebody else and they could effectively play like the same world that you did, but it's still single player for both of you. And it'd still be different because like, I mean, we generate items for multiple reasons and stuff, but I think that might be a cool way to do it, is just like seeded worlds where you can share the world with other people, especially when there's more like impact on the world from some of the randomness, some of the generations. Yeah, that's the plan. But yeah, I do think if it were an MMO, it would be so cool to see that like cluster of all the items build, because it'd have to be persistent across everyone and like continue on. So like the first people that combine two items, that is what that item will be forever. That's like super exciting for me. And I mean, I was playing Path of Exile last week or the week before, and it was a new season, so you constantly in the chat saw like Bob the Awesome was the first person to do this, or Charles the Great was the first person to reach this area or craft this item or whatever. It'd be super cool to have people like hunting out items that weren't created yet, because I do wonder how long it takes, if ever, if there's like most of the items are already in the game, but you might be able to find that super rare one in that case. But I don't think we'll do the MMO. It just sounds really cool to think about. Yes, I keep getting distracted. Let me go back and let's add this small little hover effect that we keep thinking about adding. So let's just do Could do a background that is color yellow, maybe, and mostly transparent. And then we'll call that highlight, and then we can say show object while mouse entered. Oh, I don't think I ever actually wrote that script. Should be easy though. We just say I pointer enter, I pointer exit, delete these, implement the interface, and have a reference to what we're enabling and disabling. Let's disable it by default. Cool, so that should work. Whenever your mouse enters this, we will show this other object. We'll just take the raycast target off of it so it doesn't block that pointer exit event. Cool. And this is the object to show, and we will apply that to all rows. So that'll be off by default, actually. So that should work. Oh no, the camera froze. Oh no. I wonder why that happens. It happens like I feel like every 6 or 7 streams maybe. I got a nice Razer camera after using like a really cheap one for years. So I wonder if it's like using more power or something and my computer's just malfunctioning. It might come back. I'm gonna mess around with OBS in a second, see if I can get it coming back, but I'm gonna go ahead and see what I can find. Sorry about that. Luckily it lasted most of the stream. Let's see here. I know sometimes when I'm playing my game in the editor and Unreal it'll act up, but the rest of the stream is fine. I wonder if it's something similar for you. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Like, yeah, it's definitely something weird. Like, I have a lot of video calls and stuff and it never freezes in those, so it might be something Unity based. Oh yeah, I was definitely getting some frame drops in Unity there. But our highlight effect now works, which is awesome. And it looks still good when you have a lot of objects to choose from. Oh yeah, my camera's just entirely gone now in OBS, huh. Interesting. Well, I guess it's a faceless stream now. Hope that's still fun. Let's disable this big orange block. And I literally had a message for this already. Bet that's... Yep. Huh. Alright, well, interesting. It did it on its own. Yeah, OBS, just like, I didn't disable the camera. I just happened to notice on my stream. Huh. So what we could do now is add like, oh, I guess this also lets you interact with things that you couldn't otherwise interact with that have like left click events. So here, if you left click on an anvil, it's not a generic interactable world object, it's a generic interactable panel toggle. So it treats left clicks as opening up panels. But now that we have an alternative way to interact with things, I bet if we just use our hands on the anvil, it'll potentially research? No, okay. It just treats it like we left clicked on it. I wonder if it'd be nice to, probably would be nice to be able to interact with it. It's like the storage chest. Interact with instead of open. Probably would be nice, but probably a bit of work to set up right now. But let's see. We've got our generic interactable panel trigger. So it has an interact method, which is overridden from this, which just says it needs an interact method. However, generic interactable blah 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 world object. If we wanted to harvest from it, I wonder if we could like cast it over to the sibling object type and call interact. That would be super weird if we could do that. But it would be something like in here we would just do like target entity as generic interactable world object, and its target entity is stored as the base parent class. Technically, target entity, like we have our base class. Thank you, ChatGPT. Yeah, I'll take those. We have like foo and bar here. So we're storing the entity as the base class, but it actually is a foo class. Can we cast it to a bar? We probably just lose the attributes that are in foo and all the bar attributes are null. But if we just need to call a method, which is common across both from the base class, I bet that might work. Let's see. I mean, I literally wrote the code, so I guess I could just click the button and find out if it works. We will see. I feel like maybe I need a backup camera for streams. We'll see. Play. I mean, on the bright side, this also means I can finally snack. I'm so hungry. Alright, so what were we testing? I've already forgotten. It's been such a long day already. We were testing, oh yes, interacting with things you couldn't otherwise interact with. At least we have your lovely voice still. Thank you, thank you. I have a half pound of almonds, raw almonds on my desk. They are the greatest snack for when you just need a couple almonds. But if what we just did worked, which is super weird, this should harvest from the anvil. Okay, it didn't. I wonder if this is like null if it's not this object. Can we attach without replaying? So harvest from anvil. Oh, we hit it. Okay. Target entity is a generic interactable panel trigger. And then this says null reference, right? Object reference not set to an instance of an object. So either this returns null or the error is deeper in and something in here is null. But I think what we can do is maybe try this. And we'll say blah, blah, blah. Target entity 2. Let's, I guess, put it in here because we already know this doesn't work. But now, if we rebuild emergency almonds, hell yeah. I'm a sucker for sweets, so nutty bars and oatmeal cream pies and stuff, go ham on those. They never last long. Nuts, on the other hand, you know, I can only have a couple, so they work real well as a snack. Alright, we've rebuilt. We have this. I basically just added this line, so in our inspector, when we break to this line, we can inspect to see if this gets saved as a null or not. So let's interact with this. Alright, we step forward one line. Target entity 2 is stored as a null. Interesting. So I wonder if that's like a... Surely it's not a common thing to do, but C# cast to sibling class. Two different children. Yes. I want to cast one children to a different child type. Not possible. Okay, okay. It's not possible because it's not a child B. Yes, okay. Sure. I mean, so the two things that I could do are either move the harvest logic up to the parent class and then the world object just says like harvest on its interact, or we could provide some way to like cast a sibling class to another sibling class. I don't think that that second one is what we should do. I think we should just move the logic up and or do something like that. We'll see. The older I've gotten, the less I eat sweets, but with this being said, I can mess up some oatmeal cream pies. Yeah, I have to limit myself to like 1 or 2 a day, or else I'll eat the whole gosh dang box. They're so good. We have a local bakery where I live, and they have the best desserts, and one of them is a homemade oatmeal cream pie that's like 1.5 inches thick. Oh, Jesus. That sounds very good. You're lucky my camera's broken, because now I can't stop licking my lips. Gotta go get some sweets later, I guess. That sounds real good, though. I should check out more of the local bakeries. I haven't gone to many. It's all good. Having some emergency almonds instead. Alright, so we can't actually do this, which is fine. I honestly didn't expect us to be able to do this. That would be silly if it were allowed. However, what we can do is take this world object, harvest logic, which is literally just its interact method. This, interact with tool, interact with consumable. We could pull all of these out into the parent class and call it. The question is, should we? Should one? Do we want to be able to interact and harvest from an anvil? Do we want to be able to pour consumables on an anvil? Maybe. It's like the only bakery we have, and it's only existed for like 4 years. All of their pastries are sweet, but it's more like a healthy sweet, if that makes sense. Yeah, definitely. When you bite into them, it doesn't hurt your teeth from sweetness. Yeah, we have a good Korean bakery here that has like sweet breads, which I guess, yeah, sweet pastries. But it's a lot of like buns and rolls, and some of them are stuffed with stuff. Those all feel sweet, but like healthy sweet, which they probably aren't healthy, but they're real good. Yeah, Korean bakeries, they got the good stuff. I'll tell you what. I can't think of an immediate reason why you'd want to do that, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't. Yeah, exactly. So now I'm just weighing, like, technically I could spend the time to make it so players can do that, and it would probably be cooler if they can do it, but is it worth the time that it would take to let players do it? And is it worth the added complexity in the code, to be honest? But it might be. It might be a good way to kind of clean up some of this stuff. The only thing that I wonder is if it's gonna like make this class kind of obsolete. Probably not, actually, because it still needs this flag. But if we were to move all the harvesting stuff up here, we could do it. It just makes the classes really awkward. Like, also the thing that I don't necessarily want to allow unless we do like more logic and game stuff around it, is pouring consumables on, for example, workstations. Like, we wouldn't want to pour a potion of fire resistance on an anvil and give that anvil like fire resistance and then not incorporate that into the like crafting system from the anvil. Like, it's kind of a waste of a consumable if you think it might work because you're allowed to do it, but it doesn't actually have an effect. We do have a Filipino Asian store that sells goods. The lady that works there makes some great food, very savory and yummy. Yeah, I feel like a lot of those like smaller, more Asian bakery places are all really, really good. Definitely holes in the wall, for sure. Alright, I think maybe harvesting from workstations we'll hold off on. We won't add that quite yet. So that means we need to change our raycast for interactable objects to not include all generic interactable entities, but just generic interactable world objects. What are our other kind of interactable objects? Entity, NPC, right. I guess, yeah, you wouldn't want to... You could probably try and harvest from an NPC right now too, which probably not the best. Panel triggers are workstations and world objects. Yeah, okay. So instead of these, we'll just say generic interactable world object. So that'll exclude NPCs, workstations, and anything else like that we add. Cool, that should be good. So now what we can do is make a lot more things interactable. We can are you on the ground? No. We can say generic interactable world object crate. Make it right click only, man-made. Apply that to all crates in the world. Cool. Let's grab that. Let's put it on this type of crate. And apply to all objects, or all crates. And we got ourselves a barrel. We'll do the same. Barrel. Barrel. And we could do things like fence post, wall, bench, stool. You know, yeah, that's a good one, because I think a lot of these, if you want to pour a potion of giant growth on a stool or a bench, sure, go for it. They'll have visible effects, and that's enough, I think. Wooden bench or log bench. I think we used one of each kind of bench here, so that works out. Oops, these are all crates. Log bench. And I guess you could technically harvest from it. It kind of makes sense. Like if you wanted to use a chisel on a log bench, maybe you get some wood chips or something. So no reason you can't harvest from that, I'd say. Alright, log bench. Log bench. Log bench. Log bench. Alright, let's do a wooden stool. And the other kind is there. Did I say wood stool or wooden stool? Wooden stool. All right, and we can also add like more to objects also. Like we could add the fire pit, the ashes of the fire, the smoke of the fire, and put all those in the right click of the fire. But let's just make sure all these ones that we are adding now work. I want to also pour some consumables on them and see the effect. So you can still just run through them. Clicking on them doesn't do anything, but if you were to right click, you could interact with the ground or the log bench. What do you get with your bare hands on a log bench? And we should probably increase that interaction distance, I guess. Oh, you get splinters, great. Alright, so if you were to use an axe on a log bench, what are you going to get now? This is still scaled wrong. I'll need to fix that, but I'm not going to do it right now. Alright, we got an error. So this is good. We will chase that down after this. But first, pouring. Does it get bigger? Alright, we might need to look at using consumables on objects too. Oh, I think it does get bigger. I'm like colliding with it here. I think the model's just not getting bigger. So that's unfortunate. Alright, well let's look at this model error that we got, because that is something that we need to fix. But let me just check this in real fast. All the polish and nice things on right-click inspect. Cool. So what I'm guessing happened here is the new model that we used gave us something other than just straight JSON. So what we should do is go find the actual request data that it gave us. It'll be right next to the error, which we should probably just log. Let's do this. There we go. And yep, it has that JSON tag, which isn't great. So let's go see what prompt that was from. We can, hopefully we're not already saying don't do this. Some of the smaller like OpenAI models like 3.5 had a big problem with just always formatting stuff with this. We were using GPT-4 Turbo, but I switched this over to 4.0, which is supposed to be comparable to Turbo, or 4 Turbo, but we'll see, I guess. Let's see. This is for generating a recipe, a harvest recipe. That'll be interactable object prompts. Generate recipe for... No, that's not it. It's use item on object, right? Yeah, this looks like our format here. Let's see if we mention JSON tags, because hopefully it's just a prompting fix, but if not, it becomes more of a model problem and you need to like fine tune or give more input-output examples or something. So let's just reword this a little bit because it's what computer scientists do now. Do not add JSON tags. Perfect. Now we just play the game again. We see if we get that error again. And maybe we'll see it hours from now. Maybe we'll see it days from now. Actually, we probably won't see it hours from now. I'm just realizing I've been streaming for 5 hours now. That explains why I'm getting a little loopy. But just go harvest on some stuff, I guess. See if we can get any JSON errors now, because I bet that's the same error we were getting earlier. So should be able to actually pour growth potion on these. Yeah, so it works on the left click one. Does it work on right click? Oh, it does. Okay, so it was just a model problem with the others. And luckily, it doesn't break things when we use a growth potion on the ground. But I am noticing all these shadows change real fast, so I'm wondering if it is doing something. It's just not updating the ground because it's static, but maybe it's updating like the physics. So if I just make it real tiny over and over again, we probably want a little bit of feedback actually for when you click on that. But okay, it doesn't look like we're falling through the world or anything. I expect the terrain to be static and not show differences, but I was worried colliders and stuff might get smaller. Right, we were just trying stuff, seeing if we get any errors. What happens if you use an axe on the ground? You get dirt. Fishing rod on the ground. An earthworm. Okay. That makes sense, I guess. What happens if you use a fishing rod on a log bench? A splinter. Yeah, actually this right-click menu is... I'm finding myself using it on things that would let me just left-click sometimes too. It's kind of nice to just have the full menu and select it, because you see the extra details of what you've collected and what you haven't, or what you've learned about. Wonder... Oh, it is harvesting with a consumable. Or is it? Oh, no, just this model's... I wonder... Are these all like static or something? Why aren't they changing? Where is the player here? It is marked as static. I wonder if that's why the model doesn't update. But things like that is static, but these guys that do work are not static. Interesting. Okay, yeah, that's probably it. So I just need to go do a little pass through all the objects there. But yeah, I guess I have done a lot today. Things are wrapping up, I'd say. I think I'm just gonna do a little bit of crafting, a little bit of harvesting, see what items I can get, if anybody has any suggestions or requests. And then I'll probably call it, unless we get some error to fix. Do a bunch of simultaneous crafting. Let's get a bee dagger. Got a fireproof axe. Sure. Bee sting dagger. A weapon. Alright. Let's do some boots. Another axe. Let's do aluminum hoe, maybe. We got some bee boots. No stats, though, unfortunately. Aluminum hoe. Sure, we'll take that. Let's add aluminum to our bee boots. Aluminum bee boots. Sure. Sure feels like I should be getting some affixes, but I mean, this is kind of what I wanted, is not many affixes in the beginning. But when you find an item with an effect, you're like, ooh, I need to keep this to add it to stuff. So if I were to like take this mushroom that has a couple affixes on it and apply it to the boots, or combine it with the boots, will the boots have stats? Ooh. An error. But the answer is yes, they will have stats, because we erred on generating those stats. Speed. What was the request? Stat to modify speed. Okay, so when we are converting back to our item effect enum, we have move speed, but not speed. So that really throws an error if this converter doesn't work. Dang. Wish I could kind of catch that and remove the error affix. Yeah, I want to catch this argument exception and then use the value to remove that value from the JSON string, but that's real rough without actually parsing it into an object. So I wonder if... I mean, I guess I could just remove all affixes, like don't parse them if we throw an error there. Create new recipe from ingredients. Let's check out that prompt. Pretty sure that's in the inventory window. Item combining controller. Yes. So recipe database, prompt combining ingredients. This guy. We probably do want to whitelist the possible stats in this prompt, which we can do. It might help avoid them coming up with new stats. So we can just say the possible, wait a sec. We don't do any stats in this prompt. Oh, it made an effects array already. Right, because it saw one of the input items had an effects array. Okay. If you use an effects array, the only possible values for what was the key? Stat to modify are possible stats to modify. Alright, so here now we can just say possible stats to modify and replace that with item effect dot stat modifier type. No, stat modifier dot toString. Will that work? Surely not. We turn to magic. enum.get names, sure. And this is item effect stat modifier. This probably returns, yeah, to string. Probably need to, no, we don't need to join it, to string. Alright, so now our possible stats that can be modified are included in the prompt. Technically we probably shouldn't have none because that doesn't make any sense. But we'll leave it in for now. We'll just say do not use none. Alright. We've been meaning to do that, so sure. Possible stats to modify, that checks out. Should be good now. Surely items won't make up new stats now, but if they do, we still need to handle that a little bit better. It would actually be cool to have some sort of like corrupted flag on items that you could maybe take somewhere in town, like some researcher, and then we can do a little fun stuff behind the scenes of like, here's what the original item data was, and try and have some AI stuff convert it to the real data, so you can like uncorrupt your item and get what you would have had. Might be cool. Alright, we are just combining stuff. As we were, crafting and crafting. Did we already error, actually? Is this from crafting? Yeah, I think so, actually. Huh. Well. Oh, right, we did make the helmet. So it was crafting error. Huh, okay. Requested value immediate while equipped was not found. First of all, I think that is valid. Item effect. Immediate while equipped. Ah. Alright, well, we'll add more to the prompt. The only possible values for application type possible application types. Okay. Because it knew it was an effect like while equipped. It saw immediate and unapply later on an item, one of the ingredients, so it just guessed that while equipped would be immediate while equipped. So if we tell them the options, surely they should be able to change them. Just balloons the prompt, which really only makes it take like a little bit longer, but that's a scale of what adding more to the system message does, or either message really. Possible application types, enum.get names, type of item effect dot application type. Cool, cool, cool. do some more crafting. I mean, it would be nice if we could get this new model working. I do think that this is... Like, the old model had a predisposition to not add these effects. Or, like, different... Such variety in effects. It was just kind of copying the effects the items already had. So if we get this new model where it's adding new effects working without errors, that seems pretty nice to me. Fishing rod and apple. We'll do some more crafting over here. Baited fishing rod, sure, sure. Enchanted sword with harvest yield. Ooh. An apple. So we get a regular interactable result. That's a handy item we got there. Let's mix it with an axe. I keep seeing these arrows from the blacksmithing and thinking we got arrows, but it's nothing to be concerned about. We don't have items in the game for these, so it's not pulling images for them, but that's fine. A utility axe, sure, let's keep it going. Maybe an Eye of Madness. We got some basic shears we'll put in with that. Got a versatile harvest axe, sure, sure. Mix that with aluminum. Still no new arrows, cool, cool, cool. Shears of Insight. Set 1 camera projection, which I know what that does. We'll make it look nicer. That changes you to an orthographic camera. Not gonna leave that in as a possible effect. Lightweight harvest axe. Okay, okay. Nothing seems to be breaking quite yet. There's not a lot of effects on things, which is a little suspicious. But maybe it's because I'm not combining things that have effects already. So if we did that and like, well, let's make a helmet over here, which should give us some effects. And let's mix this with like a mouse charm. We got an improvised helmet, so that, let's put on some blinders, so it should at least have an effect, something to do with your peripheral vision, surely. And this has stats. Alright, so it was just like, all the beginning items didn't have a lot of stats because they only come really from other items with stats, which I think is really good for the curve, like at the very beginning of the game. You don't want to see a ton of stats. You want to be working almost entirely off descriptions alone. But as you get more items, you'll start seeing some with stats. And I think that'll be a really cool, like, new layer to items. All right. Minus 30 peripheral vision on our focused helmet. Perfect. Love it. What a good item. Let's make it even more focused. With some more blinders, which I should really generate an image for instead of using stock images. Alright, we got our helmet of absolute focus. I don't know that we could even be any more focused than this. It's pretty darn focused. Maybe we combine it with some blinders. And then maybe we'll call the stream. We're just getting goofy now, I guess. We have our ultimate focus helm now. Alright, so let's put that on. Let's look real closely at this ground here. We are ultimate focus. And I'll say thank you all for coming in. It's been a fun stream. I have gotten a lot done. And it's nice to have the extra time at the end to like polish stuff up and make everything look nice. It was nice to fix up a couple bugs. I think they're fixed. I mean, they're the kind of LLM prompt bug where you just make a small change and see if the error comes back, which it might, but hopefully not. But we got a lot done. We got some cool stuff coming. We are real close to having our demo. We're starting on the new version of the NPC Brains, and we will see you guys on Discord. See you guys next week. These VODs also go up on YouTube, so see you around. Maybe I'll find someone to raid. Yeah. I got Bluish Green Productions. He's a really cool channel. He normally lets developers submit like really early games to them and he'll review them. But right now he is playing submissions from the GMTK Game Jam. So he's a small channel. He's probably a great person to raid, and I'm not raiding him with too many people. But thanks for coming on in, guys. I'll see you next week. Yeah, I'm gonna go have some more food. It's been real fun. I'll see you next week.